Hello and welcome to the last expansion tournament for 2025. We are here with the long awaited Air Supremacy expansion tournament. I am here with Bear for the very first time, which is super exciting. Good morning, Bear.
Good morning. Yeah, super excited. Really cool to have been invited. Great to join the casting team. It should be an interesting way to start our weekend. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this one. Kind of ironic that I, with my reputation, get air supremacy as my first tournament.
Very good. Yeah, yeah. Good, especially for all the Bear fans out there. I'm super excited for this tournament specifically. I feel like the meta has not been this shaken up in quite some time. I feel like you, the viewer, are going to see that very shortly as we are going to start pouring over some of our first players' deck lists here, and you will see that there are. I cannot remember a bigger variety of decks being brought into a tournament in quite some time.
Yeah, hugely. I like the breakdown's really interesting. There's only four decks that have any real representation in numbers, and then everything is like two ofs or one ofs across the board. It's super varied, which I think is really interesting at the moment, and I'm very excited to see the interaction from some of the choices as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like we really have some training partners going at it today. We've got some players with some extremely similar rosters, as well as two players with nigh identical rosters. So
Yeah.
what definitely looks like some training partners, some guys really working with their tournament counterparts, but then also getting placed against each other with the bracket here, the cruel mistress of fate, dragging some friends into battle here today as well, by the looks of it. So really, really exciting stuff today, and we are not going to waste much time getting into it. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket today. And first up, we've got Radish versus Berto Burrito, two stalwarts of the scene ready to engage once again. Then we have Syswister, who has been here much more lately, a more recent top player, against Hachiman, someone that is new to me and a little newer to the scene. We then have Lovesin, who again also a little new, playing against Henry, someone who has been around for quite a long time. And then our last quarterfinal will be Otto versus Grand Union. Again, two more players that are really shaking up the cards world here. We've got a lot of new names and we've got a lot of new cards. So there should be some really interesting special interactions today.
Yeah, 100%. Like there's a couple of draws here that are super cool as well. The Mistress of Fate having pulled Syswister and Hashiman in the same. When we get to that we'll talk about that more, but that's interesting. And then we have got a couple of Mavericks. Both Berto and Henry, I would say, are probably the two most off-meta lists that have been brought to this, which I think is going to be really cool to see as well. But yeah, I think we're going to see some great variety and some old veteran competitive players. But also, I'm excited to see what these new players are bringing with them in their style and way of playing. I always like to see a shake-up.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a lot of the new changes to the card base are going to change it as well. Let's start to look at some deck lists and we can kind of start talking specifically about a lot of these new additions to the cards that are really shaking up this meta. Let's start off with Radish. Why don't you take me through Radish's player card here, Bear?
Sure. So Radish coming in with first of all, shout out for the 52k as favorite card. I love the favorite card choices. They're always entertaining to see. Most played Soviets. He's got 900. He's got under 1,000 matches, 68% win rate, which is really strong, and his Swiss record, which again, and this has happened before. He's gone 5-0 in the Swiss rounds. And that is kind of huge, especially at the moment with the variety of decks that we saw brought to Swiss. I think being able to pull 5-0 was a very impressive result. So Radish definitely has a reputation of bringing some interesting decks. So I'm quite excited to see what they are. But yeah, coming in with a very solid record. Um, Deck wise, let's take a look at what Radish is bringing for us. So, like first of all, we'll hit the Japan France shuffle or juffle if you must, but I really can't say that. So that's probably the last time you'll hear me use that one. But the Japan France shuffle deck, which is one of the most represented decks at the tournament. We have five people have brought this deck. And it is more or less identical. There are kind of little tiny variants, like in particular the cheeky Plan D here, which I think is an interesting call to give some extra punch or some extra defense if it's needed. And Radish is running the IGN Makura, which, if you're looking at it wondering what on earth it's doing in there, one of the big things, because obviously it's drawing itself out, but the reason it's in there is to combine with the Type 94 for really good ping removal, because Type 94 gives you surprise attack, and if you can pin using Makura and then play surprise attack, then you can basically remove anything on the board, which I think is a fairly smart call, and you will have seen a little bit more of it on ladder. His next deck, we are looking at what is kind of a classic Radish deck. We've seen this before. This is Soviet Japan Covert. I have not seen much of this, but 5-0 record in Swiss, and he got here with a good result, so it's definitely been working through the meta. I'm interested to see how this performs. There are a couple of decks that really don't like covert units at the moment. There are a couple of decks that are very focused on targeted effects, and I kind of think that obviously those covert units can't be targeted, which can be huge. So I think it's kind of a smart choice, and I think if you play it well, it could be good. I think his deck might be a little bit light on removal. We've got some Bloody Sickle, we've got obviously Rush, but we've only got the one of Extended Barrage, so that's going to need to be used really carefully. Otherwise, I think he's going to be relying on popping a covert unit to trade to deal with some of the bigger defense pieces. Then he's bringing a US-Italy control list. This is kind of a light control list. Now, this is the other 5 of deck that's been brought to this tournament. It's gained a lot of popularity, I happen to know, in the Chinese community. It's been played quite a lot, and it seems to be doing quite well. It is kind of classically going to be doing the ramp thing. Obviously, we've got the war machines in there, and then all of the really strong Italian removal, and a little bit of synergy with the 4 attack deal here. So we've got a number of cards in here that are going to be trying to take advantage of that 4 attack deal. So we've got obviously 67th Armored for some value later, 5th Rangers, which fits the 4 attack deal. And then, obviously, that means that you can use things like Spring Offensive for draw, 49th Infantry for some HQ defense. Now, HQ defense can be huge at the moment. There are a lot of big HQ hitting decks at the moment. P51B, good for popping any big air threat that drops. In particular, this is useful against the big Germany air cards that are seeing a lot of play at the moment. We'll get to Radish's choice in Germany, which is a bit of a surprise to a lot of people, I suspect. But yeah, I like this list, and we're going to see more of it, and the lists are very similar, but it's a sort of... It's kind of control, kind of 4 attack. It's very sustained, and obviously it's using the classic 32nd Infantry, the Choco Boys, to thin out the deck to get to the stuff that you need and just give you some early bodies to sacrifice, which I think is pretty smart at the moment. Radish's last choice is his German main deck, and I think a lot of people will be surprised to see someone bringing a German main deck that is not Germany-US ramp at the moment. Radish has chosen to bring Germany Finn Heinz. Now, he has got a couple of little tweaks to the classic Heinz recipe here. In particular, he's bringing 2 copies of one of my favourite new cards from the expansion, which is the Fokker D21, which is great for its effect on board. He's brought Tirpitz, which is just a great tempo tool, which is going to be really useful in this deck, because obviously it is a tempo deck, and I think will work really, really well to bring that moment of tempo. The new KFC truck, the Pack 38 version, could be really devastating if it gets hit with Lotta here for that big early burst of damage. 1 copy of White Death. I think some people will be surprised not running 2 copies, especially given that he's chosen not to run suppression in his Germany list, in his German main setup. But honestly, Radish, I think, still keeps his, despite bringing obviously the shuffle deck, which we would sort of expect to see. His other three decks really quite interesting. As it transpires, the US Italy deck kind of more on the same theme. We're going to see more of that. But still quite maverick in his Germany choice. So yeah, I'm quite excited. Anatron, what do you think of Radish's decks?
I'm loving it. I'm loving the chance to see some Finn Hines. I do think that is a super interesting choice. There was a Jur Finn deck taken by Henry that did pretty well in Swiss pools, but it wasn't necessarily a Hines deck. It was much more focused on just sort of being an annoying mid-range deck, and I had a lot of fun playing that one as well. So it's really interesting to see him lean more into the sort of established Hines variant that has been around for so long. So definitely excited to see how he matches up, and he's going to match up today first with Berto Burrito. Let's take a look at Berto's player card. So we got Berto, we got two finger guns way up. We've got Bombing Raid. He's been a sad boy because that has not been a relevant card in quite some time, but Berto's still holding the love. An impressive almost 1,200 matches with an insane 75% win rate. Winning every 3 of 4 games is just nuts. But a 3-2 Swiss record. I don't want to say limped into the tournament because that would not be indicative of Berto's prowess, but he certainly had one of the weaker records. I believe only two 3-2 players were able to scrape their way in. So definitely some tiebreakers at play. But we know Berto very well, and we know that that has nothing to do with the skill. Certainly a player that could take everything home today. Let's take a look at what he's bringing. So the first deck we have, and you'll notice a stark difference between my casting copart. I will say Juffle every time with joy. We have a Juffle deck that Berto has named Juff-Defiable, perfect name. And we see some quick contrasts here to his opponent. We only have two French cards. We have the Dragoons and we have the, of course, 110E that provides all those beautiful buffs. I believe Radish bringing a block and a Plan D are, those are some cards that Berto has chosen aren't really as effective as some of the more potent Japanese cards he could bring. And we, of course, have the Sabe and everything else that you have come to know and probably despise from Juffle. Moving on to a Soviet list. This is very interesting. Berto bringing a Soviet list that only has 4 German cards in total, the 4 suppressions. Everything else from this deck completely Soviet, which is very strange. Probably one of the most like main nation centric decks that we have seen in a tournament in quite some time. But everything that he is using here, we have also come to see kind of an air deck here. We've got 4 Polycarpovs, we've got the Rushes, we've got Zukov and only a few, I believe, well, maybe even only 2 infantry here, or 3 actually, as the fourth guards rifles as well for a big body. So definitely a very interesting deck. Gonna see what Berto can do with that, and with the new out with the old card, something that can take those Polycarpovs from a damaged 1/1 bomber to a huge 4/5 yak on a very early turn. So definitely some pop off potential there. Next, we see a US German deck, and this has been brought quite a bit. It's actually a little surprising to me that US Italy has seemed to taken over for this tournament over US Germany. That is a bit of a surprise, but of course Italy extremely strong right now as a side nation. Very interesting here, Berto not bringing Italy at all, which is maybe the only player in the tournament. There are a lot of Italian side nations running around today. Now that Italy has access to some incredible draw and heal, you can see them sort of ubiquitously throughout both ladder and this tournament doing some big things. And then our last deck for Berto here is a classic German US. This is probably the most classic and sort of long-standing meta deck that we're going to see in this tournament. It definitely has some new tools. It now has the US tools of the Seahawk, which is a very annoying card, especially if you're playing Germany into this. Seahawks can really take your crossfires and turn them into dead cards in hand, which is super annoying. But we have, the real big control tools at the end. We've got the Alpenfestung, we've got the Capitulation, and of course things like Leopold to turn the entire game and Bismarck to snipe an early win. A super, super competitive deck there at the end that Berto's going to lean on, maybe as his anchor.
Yeah, I think so. I think Berto's. I'm interested because Berto has brought a much more streamlined, as you pointed out, version of the shuffle deck. And that's pretty chill. It'd be interesting to see how that compares. And yeah, being the sole US Germany versus the US Italy control choice, I think is going to be fascinating to see how that choices. I will say I have played around a bit with Berto's Soviet list, and it's kind of crazy when it works. There's a lot of potential for some huge turns and some very early big bodies if you can get it to fire off right.
Yeah, I am absolutely excited to get this first match going.
Ooh.
We can see some bans here. Berto losing his Juffle deck, but Berto not banning his opponent's Juffle. Berto banning his opponent's US. What do you think about that, Bear?
I think I see where Berto's going. So I think if I were in Berto's shoes, I think I also would have banned the US Italy control list, because I think it's got the potential to just be too long lasting, to too much outdistance you with the draw and HQ defense. I think that's a smart ban. Equally, I think Radish, with the tempo decks that he's wanting to play, particularly given that he's running Jerfin Hines, it makes a lot of sense. And now we're going to find out whether I'm right or not as we go straight into the match.
Yeah, Juffle's sort of looming large over this entire tournament. It is a deck that I feel if it high rolls properly, there is really no defense. If someone goes first and catches the nuts draw on Juffle, you just lose. I don't really feel like
Yeah.
there is much
Unless you're
counter to
lucky
it.
enough, yeah. Unless you've got some miracle early guard, you're kind of just done. But we shall see how we go. So all right. So Jerfin Hines going into Berto's US Germany. So this should actually be quite interesting. I think the early tempo should, in theory, go to Radish. But if he can outlast him, Berto's got some pretty strong later play. Oh, Cali's a big draw here. That could be very annoying if Radish doesn't find a way to deal with it once it hits the board. And with 5th Rangers, there's some good trade potential there.
Absolutely. Of course, the classic, I don't, unfortunately can't think of the name or the numbers off the top of my head, but that classic 1/3 Finnish tank getting that buff is able to clear out those Calliopes with a nice trade for that unit. But the Rangers is going to be a big body to protect that backline. Sturmy is definitely a card that I feel like I haven't seen at all. So super interesting choice there.
Sturmy can be a kind of very hit or miss, but Henschel's now the Henschel here is quite big from Berto. This gives Berto a lot of direct damage to HQ, which I think, yeah, we're just going to see Radish answer straight away. I think Breakthrough is just kind of be almost an automatic for Radish here, because you cannot allow that Henschel to stay on board. Those who don't know, it deals double damage to ground targets, and that does include your opponent's HQ.
Suppression, a really interesting tech choice as well, right? That's another card that has definitely fallen out of favor, a very old card that has been around for quite a while without necessarily a lot of play. But the operation cost reduction that it can offer, as well as a bit of easy removal for only 3 cost, definitely can come in value. We've already seen it be pretty good. And
Yeah,
Berto will spend a little extra to get rid of the Sturmy,
yeah.
knock in 4 more damage.
I think worth it, because the thing with Sturmy is if you let it sit around, it can trade so well that it becomes a real problem. Oh, see, you never like to be doing that, but he does get the op cost reduction from Breakthrough, but that
A
you never want
temporary
to see.
T35.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
T34, excuse me.
honestly, I don't think you were too worried about it, because it wasn't. You never want to see that card come down and stay at 1 op cost. But this is just, they're going very fast. They're playing very quickly here. It's just swing for swing, which I think is a testament to how well these two guys know their decks. I've said it many times. I don't recommend less experienced players necessarily playing this quickly. But these guys know these decks very well. And they are... So this is... That's a very, very unfortunate trade for Radish, though. You would have liked to have gotten more out of the shiny new sort of hyper KFC truck than that. But 6 difference in HQ defense is big for Radish here, and that artillery is continuing to loom large.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of like the last play though. Being able to use that, like you said, that souped up KFC. It gets an extra buff when units are buffed, so it is played very often with your doctrine cards. If you get your doctrine buff going on the HQ for every tank that you play, that will obviously buff that new Super KFC, which will then trigger its own little buff, and you can see then using it to trade with the Rangers is really nice, using a 1 cost blitz unit to kill a 4 cost blitz unit is certainly a win for you generally. This has got to be Panzergren here. I'm not quite sure why we would think about a draw. Okay, yeah, we're just going, we want speed.
Yeah, we're going for fast, which I get. It is a Heinz deck. It wants to Seahawk. However, right now the problem Seahawk has is, yeah, it is reducing. So Seahawk's very powerful at the moment, and right now Seahawk is reducing everything's damage by 1 from your opponent. But this Heinz deck kind of doesn't care, because it's got so many buffs, so much support going with it. Excuse me. That it doesn't really mind losing that 1 point of damage. Berto is gonna have to get a lot of mileage trading out this plane that he dropped without its effect, and I think he's very smartly just using it as a powerful trade body, because he's gonna have a couple of big threats that he just needs to get off the board. The one thing he can't leave Radish space for is the potential for a big blitzkrieg frontline round, and I think he's playing around that very smartly at the moment. But I don't think Seahawk is likely to be super impactful against this deck.
Yeah, and you can see kind of what you were saying there and exactly how Berto took that play. He made the trade there with the Mustang. He could have definitely put Radish on death's door there, could have swung for 6, put him on 6 health, and just been like, all right, you have 8 cards, or I'm sorry, 8 credits to destroy this plane. And even if you manage to use your whole turn to pull that off and survive, I still have, this decent board of light infantry and a nice artillery gun to clean up that last 6 health. Berto instead going for the long-term play, makes a good trade, plays around getting blitzkrieged. But now,
Radish right now this is a dangerous board. Berto, like any
tanks.
Yeah, like any good player, Berto will know his opponent's deck, so he knows that Blitzkrieg is in there, he knows Lotter's in there, and this tank board, if it gets hit by one of those big buffs, could be utterly devastating, and the trades here are not favourable. Berto would really prefer, especially at 2 op cost, to get 1 more trade than he's going to out of that Mustang. But that Mustang has to remove one of these threats. There he goes. He makes the play, which I think is the right play. He's gonna buff and get the draw on the Calliope. Yeah, which makes sense.
Calliope and a chocolate boy. Yeah, we're gonna take
just
out
big
that
old
tank with a clean
trade.
5.
Yeah. And then we're just throwing a pawn forward. It is literally like a pawn in chess. It's just there to get in the way, because Berto needs to get the tempo back here. Oh, that pack could be huge. He has Panzergren pack and Blitzkrieg in hand, which is not nothing. I think he might go for synthetic oil. I think he might go for one huge turn. Oh no, he's gonna go for the
go for
removal,
a
which
yeah, nice bomb. A 3/7 already nothing to shake a stick at, and
it's true. It
you
does
don't
get rid of
want
it.
that. Yeah, you don't want that firing down your hull the entire match. So just an easy bit of removal, but definitely running out of resources now. This Panzergren is going to be huge as Radish is running out of
I
resources,
mean,
running out of cards, and this is not a
you say
draw
that,
heavy
but
deck.
yeah, but at the same time, Berto's hand right now, despite having what look like very powerful cards in the current meta in it, is genuinely terrible. He's got some ramp and basically 3 bricked cards, because getting a good crossfire into this deck, again with all of the buffs and the varying defense levels, like his best crossfire in this match is likely to be an 8-cost double crossfire, and that never feels good.
I was going to say the crossfire right here is not bad. He already had a 1.
It's not, yeah, it does get it down so he can get that one trade out.
Well, it's going to set up both Chocolate Boys into really excellent trades. And then we're going to even have something here for the front line. The Seahawk with a little bit of defensive power. Another 10-pack.
Another super... Oh, he's got a big old hit here, so this is going to hurt.
Yep, and the Seahawk is not going to be long for this world.
Nope, just can't leave it on the board. This is very, very swing for swing. Berto thinking about does he want to ramp, but I don't think he can afford to take time to. I think he's really got to use these Hellcats. I think Berto... he's going to take the time. He can afford it. But is he going to leave himself just with 1 card in hand? No, he's gonna pass.
Top deck doctrine for Radish is going to give him 2 more tanks with even bigger buffs. The 10-pack now even stronger for this bit of burst that it's about to provide.
Yeah,
he's going low and low here. Oh, I'm sorry, fast.
For those who haven't seen it, the contest doctrine, because of the way the buff works, will trigger on the pack. So that pack will come down, get a contest doctrine buff, get pushed into the front line, then it'll get a blitzkrieg buff, and it is going to hit like the proverbial truck, unless Berto can find a way to clear his front line right now. And these are not the tanks he's looking for.
Going to need hopefully some blitz here or something with fight, and he's going to get nothing over both draws.
This isn't good. That mouse, as powerful as it can be, it might be just too little too late, because Radish is about to have one mighty swing.
Yeah, and the Krieg here is going to do what it has been brought to do, and even with the health lead, it is going to disappear instantly, and we're going to see Radish take game 1.
Yep, those super KFC trucks, if they can get that contest doctrine buff going as well, are just huge. Big win for Radish there in what was just, I think, one of the most evenly matched pairs of decks in this matchup.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see now where both players go from here. Radish has a Juffle to play, which, like we said, sometimes there is not a real defense for, so it will be interesting to see how he can try to get a win on that deck. And where Berto goes now, kind of not back against the wall here. Doesn't need a reverse sweep, but certainly needs to respond.
He does. Berto's going to his... No, he's... Oh, Flotilla, how much I hate you as I try and spot there. Berto has gone with his Soviet deck, and Radish has, I think, and I kind of am not surprised by this, has gone to his covert deck, and I'm really interested to see how this does. I think this could be a very difficult matchup for Berto. Berto is running this Soviet German deck that really wants to get an early advantage and use it. Meanwhile, Radish has got a lot of hidden threats, and this deck really does take advantage of them.
Berto starts with a Polycarpov, probably what he wanted to get some early planes out. He has another Polycarpov, so he can try to get some planes out and try to get
straight
his
into
board
this.
built.
So anyone who thinks this looks insane, you will learn that this is basically how Berto's deck works. He gets the sickle for the draw, Then he gets to out with the old, which is the perfect turn for him because it gets him that 4-5 super early. This is a big threat that Radish will have to find a way to answer. Berto's probably just going to remove this covert buff, though, because he knows that that thing will get insane in Radish's deck. The illusion, now that's not what Berto wants to see, because that has the potential to bring back another one of Radish's most powerful tools.
Yeah, interesting that Radish put that out without any covert units. I mean, at some point, you just have to not maybe waste your turn two. You got to keep the game going. You got to keep everything moving. You got to spend some credits. But that is sort of not the entire key to the deck, but certainly a huge linchpin, and he only gets two of them. And you'll see Berto suppressing Elution, saying, "You're not getting a free third one."
But Berto is not going to allow that. He'll burn resources, even if it feels like that it's not the best trade in the world. He realizes that it is buying him a massive advantage into this deck.
Super
That said,
interesting here with yeah, sorry to interrupt, but fourth guard specifically, just this huge guard that shuts down Berto's ability to just keep whacking him in the face. Berto's whole plan here was to cheat out this huge yak early and get these face hits in, but the cost reduction of this massive 9/9 is going to put a huge roadblock in his way. And the thing about Berto's deck is that a lot of the removal is based on things like Rush, where especially early when they don't have a lot of units, you can control where Rush hits. It's not random if there's only one thing on the field. 4 damage is quite a lot, but it's not even half of 9. So Berto going with a huge early Blood Red Sky. The whole point of his deck, little planes out early, big buffs, turning him into big yaks. He is rolling how he wants, but a 9/9 is so brutal on turn 4.
The thing is that he's got to fight. He has got, though, playing it onto the Polycarpovs, which is not really on the deck's hymn sheet. This deck would prefer to have turned those Polycarpovs into something bigger before you hit Blood Red Sky, but in this case, they are going to give him a way to answer, because he can if he wants to. He can just remove this guard. He can use one Polycarpov and then take one swing, get the destruction effect, and that 9/9 is gone. And Radish does not want to see that, because Radish wants to buy himself some time to start leveraging his covert units.
Two huge draws here, 2 rushes for Berto. He can now take out the recon unit and then ensure that both of those rushes do 8 out of 9 damage, and then a single bomber. We can take out the 9/9 without having to trade at all.
I think he wants the destruction. Yeah, he wants the destruction effect because he wants to avoid the card advantage that Radish was holding. If anyone's wondering why Berto would make that choice, because it looks credit inefficient, he needed that draw because that little Cobra on its own is really there as a finisher because of how much it can negatively affect your board. But yeah, Radish is just, he knows he's got no win here, and I think that's a legitimate surrender.
Yeah, absolutely. Berto able to do exactly what he brought that deck to do, which is to build a quick, powerful board of fighters that just takes too long to respond to. A huge guard is certainly helpful, but as you can see, Berto able to buff and navigate it very quickly, and Radish saying, yeah, let's bring on game 3, big guy.
Yeah, I mean, you got to say it was fair. If Berto hadn't answered it, Radish's chances were much better. But let's see what we've got now. So Radish is staying Soviet covert, and Berto has brought out his US deck. Yep, it's the US deck that we've all come to know and love on ladder. Now, that's interesting because this is almost the deck that Radish's covert deck is designed to annoy the most. Because a lot of the targeted effects, of course, of this German control deck need a unit to target, and of course your covert units can't be targeted. But this German US deck still has huge endgame, and early Blitz Doctrine could be huge for Berto here. Henschel's a great draw for later. Seahawk's gonna annoy Radish, I think. He'll want to try and find an answer to that, but at the same time, he really knows he has to build those covert units on board. before Berto can establish any presence.
Shoge would not be a terrible trade if Berto is not able to flip that bad boy over, sending the
Yeah.
1-5 in, or I'm sorry, the 5-1 into the 1-4 plane. Of course, the damage reduction is not going to save the Seahawk, and Radish would get his draw off the destruction.
Yeah.
We're going to see a Bergman take that out, which is a great play for Berto.
I think Berto, very much knowing the list, had a pretty good odds that he knew that what that card was going to be. Getting the separate battalion flipped, I kind of get, but taking your Seahawk down to only two defense is dangerous. Radish has got a few ways of doing this, but of course can't know that he's got one rush in hand already. I don't. Henschel might be the play here, just to put a big swing, because he can remove that separate battalion, and he is threatening 8 damage to HQ, and that is not nothing. He happily actually sacrifices that Seahawk, because he knows it's not going to do a lot of work for him in this match.
The thing with the covert
Henschel
units as well, right, is generally they are either something like Shoge, where it is like a 5-1, and the whole point is that like it is a very fragile unit that swings really big, or it's mass buffs either off of buffing all of your covert units or covert units that buff themselves. So the 1 damage reduction on the Seahawk, not as useful as it's going to be in other matchups. I have to imagine we maybe see one of the crossfires here, especially since Berto's holding both. No, okay. I thought maybe we would kill 2 units.
I think Berto really just wants to completely neuter Radish's advantage in attempting to get any high roll out of his covert units, and I think that's actually quite smart. I think Berto can afford to play the long game here, because now he really does have a crossfire that... I mean, this crossfire right now, alright, Radish is going to draw a card, but this crossfire is a strong board clear.
You can see Radish playing around it as well, right? Radish not only sickling his own recon there, because obviously he gets to draw one from the recon and one from the sickle itself, but that is a direct play around crossfire. He recognizes he's going to lose all these 1-cost units, but that 2 bridges to the 3, of course, with how crossfire works. Berto instead going for a little bit of RNG on his firebomb and just hoping for some good pings, and he certainly gets them, and he maybe turns this around.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge result. 97th is nice for Radish for later, but right now he needs to keep the pressure up. I think he'll force the draw. Yep.
Little Cobra, as you mentioned earlier, as an excellent finisher, also looming here for Radish as well. Really only needs to pull off another 7 damage. Can come out of anywhere. There's not going to be any kind of heal or any kind of guard in Berto's
Straight down
deck.
with the Cobra. Again, he says, if you can get happy RNG, I can see if I can. And let's be honest, that was pretty much the ideal thing for that Cobra to destroy.
Yeah, the happiest RNG.
I mean, Berto knows that Panzergren is so important right now. He could, of course, look to leverage kind of more direct removal, but I think the Panzergren flip here is huge because it lets him set up for later. Now, what he does with Reich research here, removing Colm. So what he's doing is he's just saying, I'm going to starve you of resources. I know that I've got the ability to try and come back into this, but I would love to find his Alpenfechten, of course, right now. Because he knows that there's a number of other threats in Radish's deck. Kyoto Regiment, kind of smart,
could survive.
Guard.
If Berto could survive enough to find Festing, it would be a very big swing. Basically playing for survival now on the 5 health. The Crossfire will do 3 damage to the board. It's not great. He could possibly do the double Crossfire to kill the Kyoto 2 and get his unit back. Berto, at this point, is, up against the wall. We can Contrast Doctrine and we can get a tank. 5 health though.
What
We
I mean, he can also like use the he's going to use the Panzergren to try and set up a more favorable situation. He just has to find a way to survive. He knows he has to draw into his answer. He knows the answer's in there. He's got 2 6/6 bodies now to start swinging at his opponent with. He'd rather not have given Radish the draw. This could be huge because Radish is now drawing 2 cards. First from there. It's not Radish's best
Confusion
draw,
and
honestly.
Rush, yeah. Confusion and Rush aren't going to help Radish at all. Berto, of course, not knowing what's in his opponent's hand, but those are sort of blessed draws for Berto.
I will
Routed
say
troops
that
also
was
not helpful.
for
Obviously,
those
sorry.
watching. Definitely worth watching Berto's play there. That was proper considered play. He found a way to get the best possible outcome from the worst possible situation. Radish is taking some risks here. You don't really want to be putting those routed troops down because they are just creating cross. You need a way to get rid of them. So he might rush one of them to just get it got. No? Okay.
As you said, they definitely set up the crossfires, but not necessarily as dangerous as it could be against certain decks.
I mean,
especially
if
with
you're
like
Berto here, Thanatron, are you tempted to contest Doctrine? I am, yeah, because he is. The value here is what he's looking for. Because he needs survival. He has got the fight tank, which is not terrible.
Yeah, I was gonna say I believe that's gotta be kind of the only choice here. We're gonna burn our second crossfire.
I actually quite like Crossfire double push because Radish does not have a lot of good answers to 6/6 bodies, and he's gonna have.
And there's
to
the other
them.
Cobra.
The Cobra,
I was gonna say
however,
the fear is the other
massive.
Cobra, and if
Yeah.
he can get it buffed, but only 4 out of 5, you got to have those 2 units in the front line so that if he does take you down to 1, you can at least answer the Cobra. The extended barrage here going to be huge because it's going to clean one of these up. Rush and a trade.
Barrage, rush, trade, and Cobra. This is massive. Radish is saying, all right, you find it or you're done. But that fight tank is huge.
Yeah, massive. And what we're also might see here now, does he do the okay, so he does go for the damage. I thought maybe he might Seahawk just to try to, but I don't really know Radish's ability to do one to face. I don't think is
I don't think
real
that's
possibility.
really a consideration. Yeah, Berto knows Radish is now going to have to try and find his way to get a bigger hit in the front line. And right now, Berto, despite being on 1 HQ Blitz Doctrine, that's a huge draw. This could actually be game right now. Yep.
We're gonna fight again.
Yep. And obviously, it then Veterans giving itself Blitz, and that's game.
A clean win. Berto with only 1 health, only needs 1 health, and able to pull the, what is that, the Panzer IV? Either way, that's that 7-cost fight tank, able to do massive numbers, massive damage, multiple attacks, shifting attack.
It's just the big fight tank to me because it's so strong if you can get it to go. We're straight back into it, and Radish.
These players
Radish is
racing through this set.
Yep.
Yeah.
A little bit of Radish is on there, so we've got a little bit of Radish being a bit slower on our feed, but we'll try and keep up with it. Berto's got his US-Germany deck out. Radish staying... No, he's gone. He's gone to his shuffle deck. And that's going to be interesting. So Radish opening, it's the opening you're going to expect to see. Berto is just going to thin his deck. Try and find his answers. Radish right now is just going to want to find his threats. That Makura, he's going to use it to... So the advantage of Makura is not only does it give you that incredible combo with 94 to give you very powerful removal, but it does thin your deck. And Japan-France Shuffle really wants to thin its deck because it needs to find its key cards.
Radish definitely not able to get a win on his covert deck yet, so he is making a strong pivot Would certainly hate to lose 3 straight on the covert deck, so trying to maybe use the best deck he has to get this back to 2-2. Obviously, he is going to need a covert deck win to win the set, so it does have to come eventually, but kind of fighting to maybe extend the set and for a possibly more optimum matchup. Although, as you said, the covert deck kind of built specifically for, well, I guess more for the German version, but this US version, not necessarily that different.
No, it's that they're similar enough that it has that same potential to really be effective into it. That suppress is actually way bigger than it looks on paper. Not only does he get the clear, but he denies the draw. So one of the most important tactics, if you're playing into this shuffle deck, is to strangle it for draw to make sure it can't find its tools. Radish is going to go straight for the draw again. He's still not found what he's looking for, though. And meanwhile, Berto is...
just get straight into expansion, and he's also holding the recons as well. So there is a lot of draw potential for Radish. Another thing with those recons is that with Germany being so strong, part of that reason is because of how good of a board clear Crossfire can really be. Board clears at 4 were at least extremely rare in this game. That kind of AoE used to cost quite a lot, but the potential for Crossfire doing so much damage because you as the player can sort of engineer a situation where you're getting a lot more out of it with as soon as it killing a unit, it doing that extra damage. Recons are a great way to put those out against your opponent and be like, yeah, go ahead. You can crossfire these and they're going to die, but I'm also going to draw 4. So if you want to give me a completely refreshed hand, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I mean, that Sasebo does pretty much exactly the same thing. This board right now is a crossfire play nightmare because you're just giving the shuffle deck everything it wants, which is access to more cards. Berto would love to find a way to play this turn without removing a single enemy unit, but he wants that Henschel on the board, and I do get that because it's a big threat, but I don't know. He's rethinking himself on this, and this is the point that Thanatron was making. You have to be so careful about if you give this deck draw and it finds what it's looking for, it can high roll to the point whereby basically the game is just gone in a couple of card plays.
I agree with Berto's trade there. However,
Yeah.
the draw is definitely present, but the other thing is the actual juffling to get those buffs, right?
Yeah.
So the thing with the shuffle being on the destruction, he is able to remove that. It obviously is going to net Radish that draw, but what it is going to stop is an ability to shuffle after that 110 comes down as it was just drawn into the hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, so Radish has used his tools super effectively here. Sabe as well. Radish has drawn his big cards with the credits to start making use of them. He doesn't have Dug-In. And that's, like, if he top decks Dug-In on his next turn, he has the potential for an absolutely huge play because obviously Sabe into Motorise into Dug-In or any kind of shuffle would be devastating. Dragons gives him a free unit and a free draw. There it is. This could be huge. We could be about to watch this deck do what it does. So he'll bring the dragons down. Next thing, I suspect, will be... How's he going to go about this? No, he's going to take the scouting party, which is, I think, an interesting call. He's going for the wider bodies, which I kind of like that. Save Sabe to clear for later. But he's got to do something about that artillery. But that Dug-In is going to be huge because it's going to massively buff his board and cause Berto to have to start thinking about it. And as we've said, like we've said this every time we've talked about this deck, this is what this deck does. But he's just thinking, I think, right now about where does he want that 1 point of damage, because that really could matter later on.
Berto with some tools here that might help him out. You wonder if he might... I mean, he doesn't have the time to try to even go for penicillin, but something like that could be extremely helpful.
Yeah.
Hellcat is helpful.
The Hellcat's big, yeah. But Berto's got to remove that Motorisei, so does. He
And
kind
this is
of
starting to look a little better for Berto. Sabe is definitely still a problem, but the buff's kind of taken care of. Berto is still 19 health. He can throw down a Seahawk to save himself some health or to save him
he
little
can,
bits
yeah.
of damage there. And then penicillin, maybe more of an option as we get. I mean, now we're about to be at turn 9. And if you
So
could
this
penicillin even next turn with some
oh,
units down.
big
No,
draw. Big draw.
and everything I said doesn't matter anymore because even if that Kyoto leaves and that Artie comes back, all of its buffs are going to be removed.
Yeah.
We have another Mortiz back into the hand. We have the Sabe. We have all the Juffle tools.
Yeah. Motorise Sabe back in hand. He's got loads of draw on the board. Berto really has to be feeling it right now. This is pressure if you're Berto, because you know you've got to be getting closer and closer to the deck, finding its tools, and you know you're limited in your answers. It's going to be really interesting to see, though, because Radish does have to respect the Henschel. The Henschel is a really strong tool because of its double damage to ground units. It can be really good for removing things like Sabe. Seahawk turns Sabe off, and I think Berto has to get it. Yeah, he's got to get it down. Because if Sabe procs, the game starts to go sideways very quickly. I'd almost have been more tempted to pull the Arado myself to try and see if I can draw into one of my better order answers, but he's thinking about 5th Rangers.
We might be
Have we
bugged.
hung slightly?
Did I see Radish draw a card?
Yeah, I watched Radish
Yeah, it
is
looks like
currently
Radish
playing
is
hand,
playing.
so it looks like Berto's got a bit of a screen issue going on his side. And it looks like we got a result. Did we get a result? No, wait, we haven't gone
No, I
2-2.
think production is just flipping around. Here we
It's
go.
all
We
right.
got
Production's got
Berto's.
us. We're back. So, okay. So we can see the board change slightly, but yeah, Radish has got 2 good shuffle cards in hand, which is important. He also, however, has very, very good removal. This is what I was talking about earlier. This removal combination is huge.
Yeah, Berto's Seahawk gonna go, which is a huge problem. Radish knows he needs to set up his Sabe.
Suppression is a good top deck here, but Berto has to decide, what do I want to deal with more? He has to know that mathematically the odds are that Radish is holding Sabe, which means that's gonna help a little. He could use Firebomb to clear Motorisei, which I think is what I would do, because you want to keep that suppression to answer the Sabe regiment. He's going to take out the aircraft. That's quite aggressive, actually. I suppose Henschel's a... What's the... I'm interested to see Berto's line here.
Plenty of money left here for another move. Henschel's still available. Arado is a draw. We could even
I think the Arado, it's
throw
a
down
double
some
suppression.
doctrine.
Okay, that helps a lot, because now he
Yeah.
doesn't. He's just answered my earlier concern about it. He now has the spare one. Counter Strike could be huge.
And Henschel, he's definitely sitting on that Henschel waiting for the Sabe. Henschel is a great solution for that, even with Sabe's 6 health. The double damage is a ground unit. Henschel will clean that up and survive. Both Mortises out as well. Berto's still with 17 health. Penicillin as an emergency health bomb is still something that he does have access
now
to.
we might be about to watch a moment.
But here comes the Juffling.
Well, you say that. Let's see where it lands. Yep, it's a lot of damage on board. There's the Plan D. Now that Plan D is kind of interesting. However, I think Berto's just got to drop the Henschel and answer here. Surely
Might
he's
have to.
got the voice.
We might have to drop both Henschels and
Both,
just
yeah.
hope that since we have once the second Henschel comes down, we'll have killed, or we'll have neutralized rather both Mortises and one out of the two
Yeah,
Sabes.
so
That's
yeah, I was gonna say
most of the
we
Juffling.
yeah,
He
both
also could
Santian
just suppress it, but yeah,
Yeah,
it is a 4/8
nah, I
body,
think
so just remove it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it stays with one. The key is it stays with one, so it now threatens 8 damage. So he's got 16 damage to HQ on board, which is not nothing. So Radish will need to answer that, and he's going to go shuffling for his responses. Diner is, again, so he gets the Type 94, but he doesn't have another pin. That doesn't really help him.
But it's going to buy him time because
Berto
that's at
has...
least
So,
an 8 damage to face. He doesn't have to worry about at this turn.
I mean,
That's going to
I was
stop
going
one
to
of
say,
those planes at least a turn.
But Berto can put Radish down unless Radish pins or responds. He can put Radish down to 1 HQ.
There is a
That's
huge desperate. We're going to kill both of Berto's entire air force
And
there.
he
Sabe in
draws
hand.
his second Sabe off of it. That could end at Sabe plus 10th in hand right now could end up being immense because Berto needs to... I think Berto needs to think about heading towards penicillin and quickly.
That was my thought as well. This might finally be the penicillin turn out of sheer desperation.
Because right now this isn't in Berto's favour at all, and that is how quickly this deck can turn it around. Again, Radish's
Berto
expertise
actually
showing.
We're being silly. Berto can't afford penicillin. He has not teched that up to
No.
9, so spending
He's
6
not.
obviously.
It's at 6 still, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, not even gonna get him there.
Oh,
So
this
we're just gonna have to make trades. This is good though.
Yeah.
We've got 3 bodies besides the HQ, and some of them can absorb some health. This isn't gonna be the biggest Sabe of all time. So, I mean,
No,
don't get me wrong. I'm not happy to be Berto right now, but this we'll see.
It has the... Yeah, the thing is, it depends a lot on what this draws. Because it's what it can... So a dug-in is nice.
4 health.
It's gonna be close. This is gonna go down to the wire. He is thinking about removing that Rangers, and I think he's right. Oh no, he's...
Both units down to just
to
1.
1. What are you...
And
Oh,
draws
he's
a
found
key
Anne.
and that he can't use. That is lethal next turn. A huge
yeah.
crossfire, but
Crossfire
1, 2, 4 isn't gonna do it.
I was gonna say the problem is this is a crossfire too late, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and I don't think there is a solution here for Berto. He can go tank shopping and see if he can figure something out that way. But again, we know the Anne is in hand.
Yeah,
Berto
honestly,
is not going to have a way to block the hand, even if he block the Anne if he clears board.
Yep, and he does not have the option to use the smoke screen for HQ because obviously he's already ticked up his research.
What he can do here is he can put down the tiger. I mean, obviously he doesn't know the Anne is in his hand, so there's no reason for him to actually put down his fighter. It would be crazy.
No.
But he could do that, and then he could crossfire, and then he could move
these
a
are
unit
not
up.
The tanks.
Yeah,
they're not the
maybe
tanks Berto was looking for.
Super hopeless.
Yeah, he can pop and he's got to pop and head for, he's gonna pressurize cabin in the hope, but he can't know, but it is over.
Hope and a prayer, yep. Anne is going to be exactly...
And Radish pulls it, so we are going to go the full distance in this first matchup. 2 veterans really showing us that neither of them's got any quit in them.
And
I don't know about you, but I am definitely feeling elevated heart rate watching these 2 go at it.
We're right back to that covert deck as well. That covert deck already 0-2. And we said it's good, if you're making it out of this set, you have to find a win on the covert deck. So,
however, he has ended up going into one of the 2 decks that I think he's most happy to play that covert deck into. He just Radish needs to see a better starting hand here. Whereas Berto, steady plays and consideration. Again, this is the weaker version. I will say it. The US Germany version is the weaker version of the deck. Germany main is strictly better, but this is no slouch if you play it well.
Absolutely
Radish
huge.
really thinking about his mulligan here, and if anyone's wondering, there's a lot of maths going on in Radish's head here because he's trying to think about what are the odds of him getting to the early cards he needs, because that. So one of the reasons that Radish really wants to keep that guards, the 4-cost guards naval in hand, is that does let him get effectively a free extra covert unit, which is not nothing in this deck. So Arado, yeah, I just classic turn 1 from both of these decks. Cav forward Arado. We're going to see Yak because draw. So far these are playing literally by the numbers. But now Berto is kind of off the numbers because he hasn't got the perfect card unless he top decks something. Now he has to start thinking about, does he go early on research? Does he try and ping
Pretty
some
good turn.
damage? Or
Yeah, I don't think research is the move here. Oh, that's what he's gonna do. I would have done another
it's...
Arado and cleared.
Oh, Berto.
Very interesting.
Now,
4 damage it
yeah,
saves. 4 damage is not
it
nothing,
does.
especially in this matchup. But another Arado to draw and then taking out the 2/1 with your original Arado. You save 2 out of that 4 damage, and you get
Oh,
some draw, and you save your research
you
as well.
saved that research. Yeah, I think you and I thinking very similarly there. I don't often question Berto's plays.
Yeah, I
He
was
is
gonna say
vastly better at this game than I am.
I tend
But
to lean on
in
Berto, yeah, first,
in this instance, I have to question that choice. I wonder if he's going to live to regret that decision.
but
We
still
shall
in really
find
good
out.
shape. We can
Yeah.
Arado and fourth Rangers to get a draw and take care of the 2/1. We could fifth Rangers and just throw down a Chocolate Boy just to make sure that the second Chocolate Boy isn't a ruined draw. Nothing feels worse than top decking a Chocolate Boy when you have one in your hand.
Yep.
He could even, if he really was concerned about Radish's draw, he could throw down the Henschel to it's double damage against ground units. It does not have to target ground units. So if he really wanted to get rid of that Yak, he could have done it that way. But just going down with some small units here, I think makes a lot of sense, giving him some trade possibilities.
Yep.
And that covert operation card, haven't really got to see that make much of an impact, but that card can be huge. That is
It is a
two
pivotal
covert units
card.
for
Yeah.
5, and I can tell you that those are Kawanishi E7Ks.
Oh, I'm glad
Uh,
that someone can, because I do not have the magic access at minute. But I will say, yeah, covert operation is a pivotal card. When Radish first brought this to a tournament back a while ago now, feels like it's not as long ago. I spent a lot of time playing around with this deck, and covert operations is huge, and there are some new tools now that I think are very strong. Berto just thinning his deck like a pro. This is very calm and collected from Berto. He's not rushing anything. He's got plenty of credits, but he is just thinning out his deck because now Radish has to find a way because his deck cannot really win super effectively without the front line. The Kawanishi's help, but he's tempted, I think, here to Kyoto off the artillery.
the
But
artillery is so brutal against the covert deck because obviously Birdo can take pop
however, is
shots.
he found the smarter play that I was just about to talk to. He found the way to use Guard's Naval to get an extra copy of the buffs and have his Kawanishi survive the trade. This is a big strat bomb for Berto. This is not actually how you want to use the strat bomb if you're Berto, but he can at least remove the buffing unit if he wants to, and I think he probably should.
An absolute
But
must.
that had to feel painful because despite the fact that he cleared a lot of threat, that was a fairly inefficient turn, and this deck does not lack for more things to throw at you, particularly given that we can see that Radish does have another covert operations in hand. He's got 97th. He could also go Kyoto, or he could just go draw fishing to see if he gets something he likes more, because each draw here clears a threat. Like, for all that it may look like that was a super good clear for Berto, Radish is actually in a really good position here. He has good cards in hand. Berto needs to find a way to apply some pressure. He does have 5th Rangers. He has 2 copies of 5th Rangers and a Henschel in hand.
Mustang looming as well.
That Mustang has to feel tempting, but does he really want to put...
I was going to say, I don't think you can Mustang here, because what Ilyushin is going to create is another covert buff unit.
Again, I so rarely do this, but that is a questionable play from Berto. In my opinion, we'll see how the match goes out, but I don't think you wanted to see that back on board.
I certainly understand getting rid of the body, but putting it on the board and then turning the turn over also makes sure that Radish has a full 7 credits with that card out. So he is going to put down some units and then probably get the buff off. Extended Barrage is also going to make very cheap work of that big 6-4 Mustang. Oh, okay. And we're just going to go covert operations.
Honestly, such a smooth turn, because Berto does not have great answers here. He's got to trade the Henschel.
Yeah.
Which, yes, is going to remove the threat, but now this becomes a very ugly board for Berto, and he's going to have to make good use of this 5th Rangers to just stall. But can you afford, with the big bodies that Radish can generate later, can you afford to put the 5th Rangers down as just a 4/4? I don't know that you can.
I would have almost been interested in getting a Doctrine started there as well. The thing with the covert
Radish
deck is that
pulling,
outside of those little cobras, it's going to be outside of those little cobras and the covert planes, it's going to be pretty infantry based and pretty slow. There's going to be some time to make some responses.
Radish very, very much going to be thinking this turn through, because he has actually, despite only having 6 credits, he has quite a few options, and he's going to want to make sure he picks the right one. And I'm not... Do we know what Radish's covert... It's the other separate battalion, yeah, because it came off covert operations. So
holding 3 Kyotos as well is nuts.
To be fair, holding on to them is very smart play, though, because they are going to be big value.
Maybe even considering
late game.
Considering these infantry worth sacrificing. Yep, we need a little Cobra in our lives.
Yeah, it's 50-50, and you still get to push an annoying body forward. Cobra all day long for me. Berto not loving the look of this at all. This
you wonder here if this is a 5th Rangers we can do it turn.
I think it kind of has to be.
Because that will get rid of Little Cobra as well.
Yeah.
It'll leave you 2 credits, enough to get that tank over, and a 2/7 is a very nice body to run into a 4/1.
Yeah. He's just in a good enough position to do it, and now
this is starting to turn a little bit.
A little, but this is, I think, where those saved Kyotos you mentioned earlier are about to do pretty much what I said they were going to do, which is, I think Radish is relying on these to kill Berto's kind of late game bodies.
The 4th Rangers are basically the best case scenario for your Kyotos, because when they come back out, they come back as 4/4s with the 4 operation cost.
4 op cost, yep. And that's what he wants to do. He wants to blunt that. Now, the Tiger Cat could be devastating for Radish here, because it breeds bombers, and this deck hates bombers. Yep, so he's going to get the tank back.
And some more artillery.
I was going to say, like, Tiger Cat into Calliope. It's like this is generating all of the things that the covert deck hates in one go.
We're gonna get all of our units back, and we're gonna
Yeah,
spend the 4
yeah.
because that
He only has
4/4
to
as
spend it once. Yeah.
it's a good roadblock.
Yep. However, actually, Radish has a pretty good trade into that roadblock. He can just sack both Kyotos
And they're
and
Kawanishis
start pushing
again.
for. Yeah. You stack both Kyotos, and then he can see whether he wants to maybe throw down 97th for a bit of protection, or even just go for some more covert. Let's see what he wants to do here, because he does have to do something about the continuous growth of bombers. And he does. 97th down, which is fair.
Okay, and now we're getting the buffs.
Yeah, here we go. This is where this starts. And again, I know a lot of people are looking at the push-up of that Kawanishi and going, why? The answer is now Berto does not have any great tempo play. Whatever he does right now is going to lose tempo because Radish knows that Berto's fired his strat bombing. He's not worried about crossfire. This is a tight spot for Berto to play out of because that backline is going to start pushing forward and Radish is going to start generating more and more buffed covert units, and that's not going to feel good.
The way that works on 186 is a passive as well, right? So even if Berto wanted to send his tank into that covert unit just to pop its covert and, be able to make a better decision or a better response once it is uncoverted, it's still going to ping that passive buff. So he's going to make the 8/8 to make sure that it does in fact die, but it's going to go all the way up to 9, so it's going to be an even trade, and everything is going to get buffed. Berto is going to hope an extra dollar might help him out in the future, but he's got no choice. Starting to look bleak.
Rush
just an uncontrollable board.
Yeah, the thing is, Rush is fine, but right now, kind of this is the big flex I was talking about. We get the 2 covert units. Honestly, it doesn't massively matter which one they are. Now, Berto could kind of hope for a miracle, but I really think
it would have to be some sort of Calliope or Calliope double crossfire with the Calliope spreading damage out like perfectly, but I don't even think I'm
running the math. I don't think the maths stacks up. Do we know what the 2 covert units are, by the way? Because I do not get to see those. Did you get more Kawanishi, or are they separate battalion?
No, yeah, those are more separate battalions. 2 more separate battalions. If he could somehow engineer Calliope onto the guard, he could maybe get like a 1, 2, 3. I mean, he's going to go for it because it's his only option. Yeah, if that... Oh, no. If it went 1 all the way to the left and 1 all the way to the right, it would have really worked out. It would have set up 2, 3, 4.
Maths does not love Berto today, unfortunately. He's got to fire it all off. He's got the counter-strike, but honestly, I don't think it's going to be enough, I'm afraid.
Yeah, once these separate battalions move up, there's going to be no stopping them.
And I don't see any reason that Radish is going to do... Oh, he's got Calm as well, which is not nothing. Confusion is huge here.
Because pop the counter-strike like he knew it was there. It is an open deck list. My man playing around it perfectly.
Exists. Yep. Perfect play around. If you're watching and wondering, that is absolutely deliberate on Radish's part. He had to make sure he played around it, because it not only denies the countermeasure, it also denies your opponent a body.
Yeah, there's no coming back from this. He can't even really target the separate battalions unless he wanted to throw the Warble in, and they were going to kill it anyway. So a huge win for Radish.
Yeah. But that was, make no mistake, that was a war. That was 2 excellent players playing really to their peak. That was very close. Well played to both players. Congratulations to Radish.
Really, really impressive set, and really impressive play by Radish on that covert deck. That is a very
Yeah.
difficult deck to pilot, and you saw him, I don't want to say struggle, but it didn't get the greatest of matchups. Even going into some decks that it was sort of built to contend really well against, it definitely still had trouble. There are still some plays that have to be made, but Radish able to find all of the efficient routes, and it will be Radish continuing on here into our semifinals. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket.
Yep, bracket's always good to see. So
All
yeah,
right, and
Radish carrying on, and we are now about to see what we are presuming. I should say it is a presumption. I have not had a chance to contact my contacts in the Chinese community to confirm, but we're fairly safe in the assumption that Syswister and Hachiman are practice partners, and you'll see that when we look over the decks in a bit, which is going to be interesting. And the winner of that obviously is going to go on to face Radish after that incredibly strong win over one of the goats of the game. And I'm joined by Starry, who has hopped in to help me out because you're stuck with me all morning, but I promise you'll get Thanatron back shortly. Hi Starry, how are you feeling today?
It's a nice 5 a.m. right now, so I'm doing excellent.
Oh yeah, Starry putting in the hard work. I get the easy side of this one today. But yeah, 100% interesting. So Starry having just joined us, I'm gonna say, whose decks would you like to take a look at, Starry? Who shall we pop over to?
I'll pop over to Sis, to Sice or Sis. All right, so Sice, favorite card, Skytrain, classic card. Really fun in the frontline decks. 62% win rate, 1,800 matches in the last month. That is an absolutely enormous number of matches. Wow. Okay. And a
Yeah,
4-1 in the
I don't
Swiss.
normally hop in while someone else is talking, but I have to say that is a beast of a number of matches to put in to qualify.
Yeah, that's 60 matches per day on average over the last month. So that is this person has been grinding cards and got through Swiss with that clean 4-1 record. Well, let's take a look at what they got. So the first deck is a Japan-Poland Legions deck, and this deck has gotten buffed over the last 6 months, and has gone through periods of where it's really, really strong, some periods where it's still decent. There hasn't really been a time when it hasn't been great, but I think it's fallen out of popularity. Again, though, it's not like the deck got any worse, so I think the deck is really strong and still a good contender. Next up, we have a Soviet Italy air control list with those like Claim the Skies and the Fiats and the Machis. Has really strong finishers in those Machis. Really helpful with the attack in the colonies. You can honestly burn for quite a lot of damage with just the attack in the colonies and the Machis. Then we got a US-Italy ramp control list, again relying on those 6-drop planes. And lastly, we have a Germany-France mid-rangey control-y list. Has the opportunity to try and like burn out the opponent with Tirpitz and Bismarck and Comet and Kriegsmarine. But it can also, play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more passive, depending on what is needed with those Call to the Colonies to keep it afloat. So yeah, honestly, a really solid sort of control list lineup with a lot of burn or direct damage finishers. So yeah, excited to see it.
Yeah, and then we're going to take a look at his opponent. This is Hachiman. Hachiman also not going light. 1,252 matches, not quite the 1,800. 66% win rate, which is very respectable. Another 4-1 Swiss record. We've got Tarnow Regiment as a favourite. Kind of will become apparent that that's probably very true. Most played Japan. I have a feeling that people will be interested now as we hop across to see the lists. These are going to look a little familiar. So what is really fascinating, and again, it is as I say, it is a supposition, but I'm fairly confident that these guys know each other pretty well and certainly travel in the same circles. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these lists because Starry summarized them very, very well, and they are essentially the same lists. We have Japan, Poland, Legions list, which is it's just solid. It's just reliable and can snowball some excellently strong bodies. We've got a Soviet Italy control list, which is that classic control package. You're going to see the Fiats. You're going to see the attack in the colonies, all for gaining some HQ defense. You've got the US Italy control list, which you are going to become familiar with. We're seeing another one of these, and there's at least one more to come after this. It's actually two more, in fact, I think, to a very popular list in this tournament at the minute. And then finally, the Germany-France control list, which you probably have seen a couple of times on ladder, but I do think is actually a better tournament call, like a lot of strong control lists, than it is a call into the usual kind of ladder matches. But yeah, this is as close a matchup as you're ever going to see. I don't know, Starry, have we ever seen such a close matchup? Both banning each other's. These guys know each other's decks. Both don't want to see Japan Legion. Starry, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen it before with people who are practice partners. Like J King and Berto have brought similar decks before. Um, me and Berto have brought similar decks before. There's definitely a lot of sort of like subgroups within the Chinese community that are practice partners and bring basically the same decks. It's pretty normal if you practice with a partner, you feel confident on the decks. It usually
Yep.
is a pretty good sign that they are solid decks because they've been tested by multiple people.
Yeah,
I
here
think
we go.
yeah, I think what we're gonna see in this is sort of finagling and maneuvering to get your opponent into a place where you can one-shot them.
Yep.
Because you can't overcommit, because if you overcommit, they're just gonna like heal back up and now you're out
Yeah.
all of your win conditions, because your win conditions, like once they're gone, they're gone. So I
Yeah,
think
this is all about managing your resources and particularly the cards you know are in your deck. I do like the advantage of being able to thin out this US Italy control deck. I think the Choco Boys do a lot of heavy lifting.
yeah, I think what we're gonna see in a lot of these matchups is trying to get your opponent into that like 10 to 15 HQ defense range where you're not, let's say you're in the 10 to 15 HQ defense range. You're like, well, I don't really want to heal right this second because I really need to apply something to the board. I'm probably okay. And then all of a sudden there comes like a Bismarck or an attack in the colonies plus Maki. And wow, that is unfortunate for Hachiman finding.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh
man.
dear, that's oh, you so not what you want to see, is it? All that deck thinning kind of gone now. It just becomes handbrick. Meanwhile, I mean, it's Sis hasn't exactly landed the nuts straight in his hand either. So this is going to be both of these players, I think, having to work these decks very expertly to keep the space and tempo. And as Starry says, this is going to be a very slow and considered match, I think.
Yeah, I need to quickly look up what Fortified Position does, that one cost French card, because that is a card that I don't think I've
You
ever
don't.
seen used in a tournament before.
I've seen it, I think, twice on ladder in this entire month.
Yeah, it
uh,
pins, and then if it's
yep,
in the front line, it also retreats. So
treats it.
actually a
Yeah,
really interesting anti-aggro tool. I can see why it
yeah,
hasn't
it's
been popular, but I can also see why it could be popular as the game changes to a more
uh,
tempo-based and less
uh,
resource-based game.
I think also you can see a couple of things in tournament tech that it can be a good answer to, particularly a big high roll off a Japan France shuffle deck where you just want to slow them down a little bit.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's an interesting call. Lovely neat trade here. Get rid of the reach with your physical body, but I think Hachiman making the better choice here by being a little bit more aggressive early, saying to your opponent, "Look, I'm just going to keep hitting you in the face for 2 until you do something about it." And we both know how this match plays out. I don't. Call to the Colonies went up and then back down again. Is it a little bit too early? But then I don't know what else is. What is a good play right now? It's not a great hand for Sis here.
Yeah, you're totally able to just cycle through those suppressions for some card draw, but I don't know. Is it how many things in this U.S. Italy list really need to be suppressed? Let me take a look.
I was just looking at the same thing, and there's not a lot. I think you can almost afford to just use this as card draw, but you might like Tiger Cat. You would really like to be able to suppress if it hits the board if you can't remove it.
Yeah, it's really
No,
Tiger Cat, P51. P51 you really,
one
really want to suppress,
want to
and then like
suppress, yeah.
Seahawk. And that's pretty
Yeah,
much
those are really the big targets. Now,
yeah.
armored infantry coming down nice and early here. Now that could be quite good.
The
Bismarck
draft
draw
goblin in
is
me loves a good armored infantry.
yeah, I mean, it's about the only time I personally see it as good, but I can see why it has value in this deck. Very aggressive answer here, like Hashiman going straight for, hesitating just to make sure he's not over speeding himself, but he's reaching right for, no, this just has to die.
Yep. You
Um,
can also 101st into
yeah,
trade with the Chocolate Boys. Either one is fine, honestly, because
fine.
either one is going to be useful for burn in the late
Yeah,
game. That's always a
but
consideration.
yeah. I think I do like the HQ defense though. I think getting that bit of HQ defense out of it is definitely a bonus. And now you've got like 2 good bodies. Well, all right, you've got 1 good body and some Choco Boys in the front line. But those Choco Boys can be very. There's the fortified position. Those Choco Boys can be very annoying. Now, ooh, okay, so we are committing a lot of our big resources very early as Sis, but we don't Sis doesn't really have a choice because he's just not drawing. He's got a lot of cards in his hands that he would trade for almost anything else from his deck right now.
Why?
I
Oh,
no, I love it. Spicy move. It gets you the trade. It gets you the draw. I actually
oh.
really like that play.
Yeah, that was
Um,
very cool. You don't see that very often. Normally, if For Freedom is going on an enemy card, it is because you don't
ooh.
have a unit and you are about to die. So
All
very
right,
cool to see.
Sis going for the synthetic oil into next turn, and he's just going to go for the hope that he can turn a lemons into lemonade, as it were, because he's kind of the Henschel's a good draw, but he's got 18 credits to play with here.
Well, I think
But he's
what's important about the Henschel is that it gives you access to the draws off suppression,
yeah,
and before you really didn't have a whole lot that you could do.
yeah.
So
But I do wonder is yeah, I think it is the smart move here is to get that Henschel down, get something off the board, and then start suppressing and just drawing into more useful tools. He has got the 18th to put a guard down if he feels the need, but I don't. There's no major pressure to do so right now, which is quite nice. Um, I'm interested to see. This is a hard hand to play out, which is why you're seeing Sis thinking this through very carefully. Oh, suppression into another suppression. That's what you want to see. Sis just going for a good solid draw play here, and I think I get why. He was really struggling to find what he was looking for.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm actually wondering about is like, what does the fatigue matchup look like in this? I'm seeing a lot of draw out of the Germany deck. I'm also seeing a lot of draw out of the US deck. And
Yeah, honestly, I think the one place that I think that this US Italy list has a huge advantage is if this does go to fatigue, because Sis is not running a lot of HQ defense gain outside of being able to pop his call to the colonies. I
yeah,
apologize for the fact that we can't see Sis's hand at the moment. Occasionally, the spectator mode tends to hate us. We'll do our best to keep going as we do. But yeah, I think as you can see from the totals on the board, generally, I think the Italy list will be favoured if it can go to fatigue.
yeah, it really just comes down to A, how much draw the decks have, and B, um, how much they're actually going to use the draw. Because there's a lot of times when you're worried about fatigue that you are more than happy to just not
Yeah,
draw the cards, play a Sherman without a US unit in the front line, for example.
100%. Yeah.
This turn looks really clear to me. You just trade, play Mustang.
Yeah, you are looking at it thinking this is pretty clear, right? I mean, you've got the perfect set of credits to just sit there and go, all right, I can remove everything that's an issue, and I can get rid of that incredibly frustrating fighter, heavy armor and all, without having to sacrifice anything. Oh, okay,
Yeah, that works too. I was
I
thinking
can
you could
see that,
also,
and you could
yeah, you could
you could
also
almost,
try to trade out with the you could trade the 4-3 blitz into the Bergman and then
yeah,
trade the guards with the Sherman, or like push
yeah.
up the Sherman and then play a War
I mean,
Machine. I
yeah.
don't know.
There's
There's
also
options.
there's Big Mackie is hanging out in hand too, with the likelihood of wanting to have a say later on. Comet, he will be important because this could end up going. So we're going to see Sally. This is a card that I know lots of people are still trying to get their head around.
It has a lot of text
Um,
for a zero credit card. And generally
yeah,
zero credit
and
cards with a lot of text.
yeah. The thing about Sally is if you use it well, it's nuts, but it takes some getting used to.
Mhm,
It's a pilot's card, as we used to
for
say in
sure.
the Magic the Gathering days. Um, now, I'm not. This is the hardest thing for Hachiman right now. I think is the sheer number of options. There are like Mustang is a good body.
So one thing that's interesting with Sally is that you can use it like a shifting attack on your own comet.
Hmm.
So you can, you can get theoretically
Yeah,
3 attacks with comet for 8 credits and three
yeah.
cards.
It's a crazily versatile card. I love it, but I know it's very confusing to a lot of newer players who reach out to me and ask for advice about it. That's pretty smart, I think. Sis needs to kind of turtle up here and start finding a way to bring that HQ total down. It would be nice if we had a way of getting a deck count, but I don't currently have it. Oh, there we go. So they are close, and we are into the bottom chunk.
Mm-hmm.
And this could become very relevant because this is one of those matches that very really could go to fatigue because
Yeah,
these
and this
are
is this is where if you're Hachiman, you're fishing for a kill because yes, Sis
yeah,
has like 10,000 damage in hand, and that's it. That's it. It's only
yeah,
damage, all damage.
yeah.
So
Oh, now this is a big capitulation.
yeah, the
I,
Maki
I-
plus the strat bombing,
yeah,
like you're starting to get into that uncomfortable territory with
yeah.
your Sis.
And I
Like this.
think yeah, you almost wonder if you're just gonna go for the big ramp here and
Yeah, for
just look
sure.
for that. Yeah, you're just looking for that big threatening because Marky Down right now says, "All right, answer this,"
Yeah, it
because
not only
if you
says
don't,
answer
it's
this.
game.
it also makes it yeah, it not only says answer this, but also even if you do answer it, you're at a point where it's really, really hard
Yeah.
to not get bursted out by something. Shifting attack on the
Shifting
cuirassier
attack to get the
is
guard. He's shifting
that is
attacking to get the guard.
that is
That
unfortunate to
is,
say the least.
yeah, that is a sign of desperation from any pro player. You do not want to see that. Um, that is sad times if you're cis.
Not the card happy times. Not the card happy
No,
times.
it is the anti-happy times, and yeah, I think Missouri here just it does make you think, all right, I'm gonna push you back, get rid of your biggest pop threat. I've got a huge advantage. I mean, the other way I suppose you could go about this is you could start shifting up your research, but I just don't think it's needed. I think this pressure alone is strat bombing. I think the smart thing to do is make sure that you're holding up counterattack at the end of this, because I think if Comet blows up to counterattack, we might see Sis just flip the table, as it were.
I think it'd be very hard unless you can simultaneously keep the comet while also answering the Maki, and then yeah, it's really hard to be cis in this position.
I have to say, Hachiman has played this really, really quite thoughtfully, and it is showing. And Sis has also. Sis is just that early heavy brick hand has hurt Sis so badly in this matchup. He's gonna suppress. Yep, goes for the drop. Oh dear. Well, I was gonna say there are a number of ways around it, or you could just top deck Maki and move on.
Yeah.
That works too. Save us all the complicated. There are a number of other complicated lines you could take, but that's the simple win. So Hachiman takes the first one quite cleanly, I have to say. A good fight though. Really, really strong match. Closer than it looked in HQ totals. Sis very unlucky early on with access to his deck.
Yeah, I mean, I am surprised that it didn't go to fatigue, and yet I'm also not surprised because
Yeah.
the decks very much have a very large burn component. And here we go, same matchup, different pilot.
Yeah, I was going to say that this, if this was a physical game and these guys were partners, they could almost have just put the decks down and swapped seats. So we're certainly we're going to see as these decks play out again. And this is fascinating to me because I think the other thing that's very clear from the last match to me, and I don't know whether it is something you just get after many, many decades in all of this, but you can feel when two players know each other very, very well, just in the way that they consider their plays. Certainly any time I see J King play Berto, for example, it feels like they just know each other backwards. And the same seems to be true here.
It's fun to see when, you know, two players are like very much on the same page mentally because yeah, it's just really cool. But on the other hand, it's really, really stressful to be the players because like you're not gonna have any percentage points. You're not gonna have any matchup percentage points in the deck choice.
No,
You're,
not at all.
and you know that your opponent is really solid and also knows the decks that you're playing just as well as you do, and it's so stressful. And then the worst part of all is that like one of you is out here, you know, and that sucks. That's never a good feeling.
Yeah,
But
it can be very, very hard. I once very unluckily got drawn into a younger player in the MTG tournament setting who I'd been coaching to get into position, and he drew into me in a semi-finals, and I was like, there's no way that I'm going to feel really good at the end of this match. He's going to be interesting, but there's no way that I'm necessarily going to feel great at the end of this.
mm-hmm.
I think I am interested. So seeing the hands here, this looks like it might be a lot closer with a lot more early rum, because there are a couple of interesting interactions that I've been fascinated to see how they go along here. The 49th Infantry, once you're in this position, those 49th Infantry can become really, really good mid-game plays because they are very good value.
Yeah, these 4-3 blitzers are very, very awkward, because they require you definitely in this matchup in particular, as we've seen, burn is a huge deal, and if you can get some much needed HQ defense out of them, that's great. But
Yeah.
it's really awkward because there's not that many 5-cost units, or sorry, not 5. What am I saying? 4+ attack units to
Units.
synergize
Yeah.
that with that you want to play out this early. Like,
Yeah,
so
you see there as well that hesitation and then the play on the use of the research to get the flying bomb. That was all about knowing that he wants to deny precisely what we were just talking about, which would have worked much better had Sys then not just been able to windmill slam Tiger Cat, which is a little unfortunate for Hachiman after that very considered play. Oh, and then top decking the Marquis. This could start to go south very quickly.
very quickly indeed. And I'm really surprised to not see the suppression come out on the Tiger Cat. Yes, on
Yeah,
one hand, you are absolutely going to need to burn your opponent out in this matchup, but on the other hand, you know yourself from playing this matchup. The Italy deck, the US Italy deck, can gain so much HQ defense so
yeah.
quickly. And I think it's really dangerous when they have that many cards in hand to be fishing for some kind of like Bismarck win. I really think that you have to worry about resources here.
Yeah, I'm not convinced it was the best of lines that we've seen. I don't know how much of that might have just been the sheer frustration of a really carefully played out turn and then seeing that big windmill slam.
Mm.
I'm not a big fan of reaching for the HQ defense straight away here. You really need to be thinking about finding a way to turn off the tap right now,
Yeah,
because
anything that is played right this second is going to be just bounced back with
yeah,
Pathfinders. So, and
I,
that route is not actually playable right this second.
yeah,
Suppression on the path is
I mean,
interesting indeed.
if you're gonna take this line, you kind of have to, otherwise you're gonna get hand slammed. But right now, if I'm Sis, I just push a bunch of stuff up and just keep generating bombers.
You could, yeah, you could push up the Pathfinders, get another
I
bomber.
would, yeah, I would have been tempted, but I mean, he's gone for the straight swing, hard for face, which I do get. But yeah, there was just the push the Pathfinder and be like, yeah, I'll just have another one, thanks, because these feel like they've been free.
Yeah,
Because
yep.
you did not answer that Tiger Cat, and now you're regretting it. And now defend in depth. Now this is it me? I'm very confused. Like, defend in depth is a good card, but I mean, I suppose it does completely remove it. But I'm surprised we didn't see Salamander. Oh no, because the heavy armor. Ignore me. I was looking at setting up crossfire and stuff like that, and then I suddenly
Mm,
realised heavy armor's a thing.
yep.
Um,
I'm really unsure of what Hachiman is trying to set up with the
yeah.
Salamander plus, like
Well, I mean,
Bismarck. Like, you're so
right
far away
now,
from playing Bismarck.
yeah, right now, what you've mostly set up is a losing board because I do not see a way out here. You are just dead on board, right? Is
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Yeah, it's over. There is maths is telling me this is just done. I suppose you can draw. That's your only hope, but that's not. Now that could be big. That does block the bombers, but now you've got to answer the You go. Oh, is
The
he going to
Maki.
try and drop the? Yeah, is he going to try and? Oh wait, I'm so confused.
I
This
think that he's just showing what he has in hand before
Yeah, I
continuing.
was having a moment where I was like, yeah, because this doesn't work. Maths does not help you on that crossfire. But there we go.
Mm-mm.
So we go 1-on-1. Again, these guys definitely showing that they know each other on the decks. Very close and
Yeah,
very well.
I would be unbelievably surprised if this did not go to a game 5.
You and me both. So far, these appear to be superbly well matched opponents. I think what's more interesting to me is seeing what decks they go with now. We're going to see we're seeing a German face-off. So this is just a straight-up mirror, I think, if I read the deck
Yeah.
lists correctly.
Yeah,
Um,
what's
I think the decks are effectively identical, and this could be insane. This
yeah,
could
this
either
could
be
be
this could either be very short or unspeakably long.
Yeah, I mean both of them have very, very strong burn games, so I don't think that we're gonna go to fatigue, but it's it's very weird in this position because um a lot of cards that are normally very, very good, for example, like Bagman, are not good at all in this
Yeah.
mirror match. Like all of your anti-aggro tools, you're like, well, what am I doing with this?
Great, nice to see you. Couldn't you have turned up in a different match? Because you're useless here. Just another body. Early swing to pop the Reich research. I don't know. I don't know if I like that, but okay. You're losing a lot of versatility, but hey, I'm not in the tournament. Defend in depth for sure here, right?
You can sally and retreat.
Yeah,
Like
you
you've
could do,
got
I
lots of
suppose, yeah.
options. You could even sally and retreat and then turpits or yeah,
You
there's
could, yeah,
plenty of options.
Turpits.
You got plenty of options.
Uh, Very, very early Salamander drop here to just say, okay, I'm going to start turning up the pressure on the burn right now, which I do like. I think both of these guys know that this deck, when it's at its quickest, is just the burn tap. It's just pour fire on it until it dies.
Yeah. Yeah, and leaving the Errado alive, it's really one of the only targets for route.
No, this is a very good suppression play. I've seen many people
yeah.
make the mistake of swinging with Salamander before they suppress and not getting the draw. This gets him yet another body and more draw and route. Like, genuinely, I don't think that turn could have gone much better. Yes, there is still a 4-5 fighter on the board, but that's not such a big deal because it doesn't have that double damage to the ground.
Yeah, what a crazy card. When in comparison to Henschel, I mean,
Yeah, it's bonkers. It's so insane. It really is yeah.
Yeah.
But Turpitz is pretty strong here. Denies your opponent developing anything.
It's strong and greedy. You gotta be really careful.
It is greedy. That second Henschel, though, would have been pretty nasty to see come down, but this call to the colonies is not nothing right now. Because otherwise, that Kriegsmarine was looking very tempting. And now it's not, and now it's going to be call to the colonies into call to the colonies, I suspect.
Well, I think you want to keep the Salamander alive, and this is where, I remember...
Oh, sorry, I mean as in just the one. I just think both of them are going to have played call to the colonies. He's got to hold the second one because you don't want to lose your Sally. But yeah,
this it's tough to lose a credit the entire game with Salamander. Yeah. Like that is the real drawback of the card.
I mean, let's be honest, it's pretty much the only drawback of the card, but I think sometimes it is underrated. It can really affect your curve.
Yeah. Yep.
the fact that Hachiman is holding both Bismarck and Kriegsmarine in this situation is not nothing either, though. But that shifting attack is very aggressive, followed by the Sally. We were talking about this. Starry called this out earlier. This is one of the things you can do with this card that is just insane. And that's it.
Wow. What a
Sally,
interesting
shifting attack. Yep. You couldn't write it. That is insane and beautiful, honestly, to watch. You don't see it very often, but man, that's one to take home. That's a good win though for Sys. That is a very strong win.
Yeah, and I think that this Soviet deck seemed pretty well positioned. I mean, obviously in the mirror match, but then against this Germany deck too, because the Soviet deck has a lot of ways to heal. It has a lot of ways to burst damage.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that it's like heavily favored, but I wouldn't.
No, but
I
it
certainly
does,
wouldn't be.
It's not disfavored. I certainly think it's got that few percentage points that you want to be working with in a close match definitely do exist.
Yep.
And any top player will tell you those percentage points matter. So wait for the spectator mode to catch up. They're slowly but surely working that one out. But in the meantime, we see the classic opening with the G50 being turned into a 1/1. That's something you're going to see on a regular basis.
You have to. I mean, if you're the Germany deck, that Fiat represents a 2-cost threat to instantly lose the game. I mean, if they gain 8 HQ defense, it's like that's a GG.
Kind of done. Yeah. And I think it's why you'll see it constantly. Cuirassier is a solid play here, I think. I don't know if it's strictly necessary, but it is solid, and it does give you access to the guard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not super great right this second, but taking 3 HQ damage from the Soviet control deck is probably not the biggest problem in the world when you got the 18th Regiment.
This is definitely a more thoughtful moment here from Sys, just trying to figure out how they want this to look. And that these decks can definitely, both of these decks can ask you a lot of questions about how do you want this to look when you've played out your turn. If anyone's wondering, you will see quite regularly, I do it all the time, just finding any way to kill the routed troops while Crossfire exists. I don't really care what I'm killing it into, I just don't want 1/1s on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there is a Crossfire looming large in Hachiman's hand, so I think your assessment is pretty spot on.
I think it just is one of those plays that I like calling out if newer players are watching this and sometimes wondering why you don't take that ever so appealing extra point of damage to the face in a close match, and it's because you just don't want to lose your board for 1 damage to face.
Yeah, there's playing to win and playing to not lose, and a lot of times playing to not lose is a lot stronger.
I mean, it goes back to my coaching days in different sports, but we used to say in the American version of football that offense wins games, defense wins championships. Sally here is actually quite brutal. It's it. I mean, you've got to do something, and you might as well just suppress it and make them have to operate the body, because it is a 9/9 body, but it's now it's a 2-op cost 9/9 body in a deck that really would rather be doing other things with its credits.
Yeah, you say that, but as long as you keep your hand size low, this defendant depth is not going to be able to clear it, and you're really going to struggle against a 9/9 in the front line.
That is fair.
Yeah, FW into attack with Salamander, and they do kind of have to attack your FW, but
I was going to say, they sort of have to eat the 4 damage from your FW, which probably will bring that back in range of defending depth, which I kind of like.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, it puts it back in the range of defending depths, but you still ended up eating Sally plus FW plus defending depth for 1 card that cost you 3 credits. So I mean, I would say it's pretty good.
Yeah,
5
I'm
credits,
not gonna.
I
I'm not.
suppose, after you move it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna entirely disagree. I think it's certainly it's an interesting debate. Both hands right now looking like they need some very considered play. I think one of the interesting things in this particular matchup is weighing out how much you want to play your sickles. Just that every bit of HQ defense that goes away makes you twitch.
It matters. In this matchup, it does matter.
845th might help, but the enemy is running so many answers to 845th.
Surely we see the attack here, yeah. I mean,
yeah, we have to, right? Yeah.
It's really awkward to be like using the sickles just to look for like a guard or something, because as you're looking, if you don't find it, you're like, well, I just took 2 damage
closer
to
and
the
closer
face.
to the loss. Yeah. If I don't find the guard, I'm just accelerating the loss. That's always been the sickle price, though, and it's become, I think, in the current meta, it's become even more pronounced because healing has become that little bit more premium nowadays. And by a little bit, I mean quite a lot.
And here I would.
So here comes the
defending depths and salamander.
Yeah,
I think
you just defend in depth. I just don't think it's worth it. I think you just defend in depth, Sally, and move on. Like, the salamander survives, bounces off board. You're in actually a pretty good position.
With the Kriegsmarine in particular, yeah.
Yeah. That Kriegsmarine is sat there going, look, I'm just gaining value every single turn. Alright, so I am never sure about slamming that 6/6 tank when you can't push it forward.
The Kriegsmarine into the salamander attack, you're taking 8. You probably aren't going to take much more because they only have 5 credits. They're not going to be able to mock you in addition to that. Yeah, you're very safe to just...
I think Turpits, though, I think is actually the safer play. Because you deny them, Turpits, you let the Kriegsmarine just sit there as your win condition at this point. Because now you've just said, alright, you've got 5 credits and a limited board.
Yeah, because Kriegsmarine only has to hit for 2 for this to be lethal, so like making sure that they can't play a guard is actually more important than getting in a lot of damage.
Again, if you're watching along with this is one of those pieces of analysis where there were 2 lines and one might have looked more aggressively appealing, but the other one guaranteed the situation where your opponent just had less and less options. Again, played really, really well. And as predicted, we're going right to the wire here. This is going to be... I mean, this is as heads up gets.
Yeah, I wonder if it's better to go first or second in this matchup. First allows you to get like your Fiat into Claim the Skies or some other plane into Claim the Skies, like on that really critical turn. Second, though, you get more resources, and you also get to play reactively, so it's hard to say.
I think it's one of those moments where it's the only time I'd really want to answer that question if you showed me both hands post-mulligan before you asked me the question, because that's what makes the difference in which I prefer. Because, you are right. If you can get the Fiat combo, as Sys did, down early, it can be huge. So at the moment, I would say that definitely went in favor, but it's going to be interesting.
Passing to play around the Claim the Skies. I mean, I suppose because...
I think I see, I think I see the logic, because then this... But the problem is, Sys just daggers or barrages this, surely, and moves on.
Yeah, playing the Blitz unit and not even getting in for the damage feels pretty
that just
bad.
that feels bad. Now you have to attack in the colonies, and by have to attack in the colonies, like Hachiman knows that they can't afford to keep going behind like this. I honestly think that was a misplay that they may regret.
It's hard to say. Yeah,
And
so Sys is not going for the Illusion yet because a ground unit died, so
yeah, but at the
waiting to
same
get some extra
time,
value.
yeah, the dagger here plus the hit. This is such a good tempo position to be in.
Yeah, the irony though is because of all this, all of the tempo has been done with Fiats. Like we're not
Yeah.
actually getting anywhere on the HQ
No,
defenses.
the irony is, yeah, we've watched such an interesting interplay to achieve everyone getting healthier. Which is kind of how this match is going to go, by the way, if you're watching along. Wait, we're going to see a chunk of this until someone can get a big threat on board.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Now,
again like a little maneuvering, like trying to get your opponent down little by little by little until all of a sudden it's like, oh, GG.
yep, that's pretty much how this is going to end.
Just going for the value until you can secure some kind of Maki kill, realistically.
Yeah. This is going to be so close. I think... Now... I think one of the things in this is how well you can massage what your illusion ends up getting you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can either get you, like, let's say a 1-2 97th rifles or whatever, or it can get you a 9-9 guard. And
God, yeah.
you know, those are not the same. So.
They are, yes. One of these things is not like the other. This is a very interesting dagger strikes. I do get it. I do get the temptation to just get that HQ defense gain off the board. Because it is tremendously dangerous, because it's effectively a 6-point swing every time. Yeah. Straight out with the 97th, because let's be honest, we need to make our hand a bit smaller.
Yeah. Yeah, the only problem though is that 97th, if it's killed, doesn't actually achieve that.
No, that is the downside, but I think you can get around a chunk of this if you do, and I would be tempted to go for mobile defense here.
Is 325th specifically a ground unit? Let me look this up.
Oh, 325th Naval? I think it's any 3-cost unit.
Because getting a second illusion is really nice, and yeah, it would be nice if like both your illusions could get something giant, but that's not a realistic goal.
Yeah.
And so if you just got some value out of it, yeah, you can 336 guards naval to get another illusion, which gets another.
Yep, it's huge. It can. I was pretty sure I was right. I've been playing the life out of that card in any Soviet deck I'm playing this season, because it's so good. Confusion is going to be one of those cards you want to play very carefully in this matchup. I think this might be quite a smart way to do it. You can get some
one of
good
the
HQ
only good
opportunities
to do it. I
mean,
the card is
I think
so
you don't want to
time.
pass on it. Yeah, you want to take it while you can. And honestly, big swing. You get to trade out the guard completely. That's a pretty solid turn, and you've got your 4th guards down to 3, which is always what you want to pay for a 9/9 guard.
It's true, but you also want to wait until your opponent doesn't have dagger strikes. You're looking for the opponent to play out those dagger strikes so that you know you can play it safely. Or, you know, if it has some use, like if you're like really trying to defend against something, then sure, go for it. But
Well, I mean, one of my other personal favourites is if I get cleared down, 325th can give me another copy.
Also true. Also true.
But yeah, so Confusion now looking a lot less interesting, I think.
Yeah, the
Mafia
strategic focus it keeps making me think that it's Kriegsmarine. 'Cause
Yep.
they both have red in the top left. They both have a red
Yeah.
flag in the top left corner.
Top corner, yeah. People looking at it thinking, yeah, no, they do. It's. I mean, they are both very good, but in very different ways. Yeah, I think this is the smart play. You kind of just have to rely on trusting your deck. Are you gonna go for the?
I would. I would
You
indeed.
are.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's pretty solid right now because you get to. I mean, it's the board your opponent doesn't want to answer.
Yeah, can we get a deck count if one of our helpful crew would help us out?
Thank you kindly. Oh,
yeah, so
close.
I just found it really interesting to see that By the Sword only come out for one card. It means that you're definitely thinking about, all right, well, I don't want this to like sit in my hand forever because if it does, then I'm gonna have problems with overdrawing. But on the other hand, I don't want this to like, you know, draw me 6 cards because that could put me in a really nasty position in the end game. So, really interesting to see that By the Sword come out for one card. It's not like you need the card. Like, it's not like you're in some crazy spot where you're drawing out of desperation. It's just like a long-term plan that we're watching.
Yeah. I'm intrigued by that. This is a very, very much my kind of matchup. Like, I know for many people, control into control is a whole new level of tedium. But I love this. I think this is one of those matchups where everyone is thinking so carefully. The push-up is very aggressive.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, we're looking at Sis's hand, and it's not like there's anything that's super great. And so I think that, you know, I haven't necessarily been counting every single card that's been played, but I would hope that Hachiman has a better idea of what's been played than I have.
Yeah,
and
I
seems
suspect
like they correctly
so, yeah.
assessed that, like, yeah, there isn't an answer immediately for this 9. T30 45 helps.
Yeah. It gives you that big drop and swing. I mean, realistically, if you want to, you can rip the 9/9 off the board and proc the destruction effect. Whether that's what you want to do is an entirely different question, but you could. You can get Little Cobra without the drawback with 325th. Which I always like as an aggressive play. But that 9/9 is definitely making you think about your choices. Yeah. We're rolling with plan A. Gets us another go round with the 97th. Is Dagger good here, or would Sickle Naval be better to deal with?
Well, Sickle Naval kills anything regardless of whether or not it's the biggest.
That's true.
It really just depends. Do you think that the 3 credits versus 7 credits is going to be relevant later? My guess is it's probably not super relevant in this particular matchup, unless the only time that the credits really matter is when people are at low health and like it creates lethal lines. But if everybody has 30 health, then it's not like you're really pressured to play 10 cards in one turn. In fact, you really don't want to play 10 cards in one turn. You want to just like sit and chill out.
Yeah. Mobile defense is solid here. Everyone's just trying to find that little bit of an edge to find a more aggressive footing right now, which is quite interesting. Attacking the colonies is good. This confusion, however, I like that. That kind of neatly awkwards out. More, yeah, Hachiman, again, getting very, very well positioned HQ defense-wise.
Yeah, but I still think though that the biggest thing to think about is what resources do people have in the end game, and how many cards in deck do they have in the end game? Like that is always, no amount of dealing 4 damage right now is gonna matter that much because your opponents are pretty much always gonna have like an answer for it.
Yeah. There's a point at which, if we can get a deck count, I would like to see it, because there we go. Sys is starting to get into the danger zone. Yep, trades away the yak. Has to.
And the little Cobra plus the 4th cards is a temporary solution. You have the Naval Brigade Sickle to deal with the 4th cards, so
yeah.
This little Cobra really needs to come out and hit hit the 4/3, something like that.
Yeah.
There's the Maki. The Maki would be 9 damage with the illusion. I don't know, it is actually getting pretty close.
Yeah, I'm starting to more and more like using the 325th to get a second use out of the Cobra, personally, because I think that the trade could work out, because if you dropping the Cobra like this, I get it, but
it's clear from like looking at how long it's taking Sys to think about it that Sys is really hoping for just one more turn, because the 9/9 is
okay. So that 1941 could become quite dangerous very quickly. The naval here is great. I think, yeah, this is starting to lean very heavily in Hachiman's favour, because that's played out super cleanly. Sys needs an answer kind of right now.
Strategic focus is like the perfect answer, but unfortunately, even with strategic focus, like you need to draw 2 cards essentially, and also still have 12 credits. Yeah, it looks like Hachiman will be very, very cleanly taking this game from 30-something HQ defense.
Yep. Just played it incredibly well. The Maki alone is enough, but we're going to go for attack in the colonies first, just for the props, I think. Oh no, we're going to go for the KV win. Fair enough. If you're going to go for it, go for the flare.
It's always fun to kill your opponent on their turn.
That's a great game.
Yeah, that was very difficult, but
yeah, another strong set. Well, folks, I'm going to have to step away for a while, but I will be leaving you in the hands of Starry and Thanatron for the rest of the day, and I will be back to find out how it goes. Thank you all so much.
We appreciate having you on, Bear, and yeah, have a great rest of your day. Alright, so we got Thanatron back from the bench, and we're going into Love Shin, and Henry.
Yeah, I was just going to call him Love, so props to you for the actual real attempt at pronunciation. Yours is always going to be better than mine. But a tremendous first half of our bracket. Now going into our back 9 here. Love versus Henry. Certainly Henry, a more recognizable name up to this point, right? But that, hasn't meant much in the past. Sometimes it's meant a lot in the past. So we will definitely see. Let's go ahead and take a look at Love's player card and decks. If you could walk us through those, Starry.
Yeah, we got favorite card Lancaster, 2,500 matches in 30 days. That is almost 100 matches per day. That is incredible. 60% win rate and a 4-1 Swiss record. This person definitely put in the hours to get to this tournament. Really, really impressive to see that amount of dedication to the craft, and I'd love to see what they bring in for us today. First up, we got a Japan-France Juffle deck. I really like to see this Plan D. It's sort of like a Blitzkrieg. It also can put you out of range of a crossfire. I think it's super cool to see people playing this today. Really, really interesting development in the Juffle deck. Next up, we have a Soviet Japan covert deck, similar to the one that we saw earlier. I'm surprised to see the expansion given how few Japanese units are actually in the deck, but we'll see if that ends up being a dud draw. Next up, we have a US-Italian ramp list, basically the same one that we saw from the other decks or the other players today. We see those armored infantries, so it's clear that everyone seems to be more or less on the same page. The one card that I see that's interesting in this one is blue and gray. I don't think blue and gray was in the other lists, and so I think that is their own development. And then lastly, we have a Germany-US ramp control list. It's really popular on ladder. It's also really popular in this tournament. It's quite strong. The card that they are playing that is a bit different is Mouse. They're going on a really heavy version, hoping to maybe play against some aggro decks or even some mid-range decks and try and finish out with that Mouse. Normally, you only see that card come out off of the Blitz Doctrine, so we'll see if that works for them or if it's awkward to use. Yeah, let's take a look at who Lovshin will be facing off against.
So we have Henry, who we have seen quite a bit of over the past year or so, a extremely respectable 1,600 matches with a very nice, just about 60% win rate, and a Glamour Boys favorite card. Tough times for Henry right now without his most glamorous boys, but I'm sure that Britain will get something equally as annoying soon enough. Let's see what he brought to the table today. Our first deck for him here is actually Japan Italy, which is extremely interesting. Obviously, the only Japan Italy that I think maybe has ever been brought, but certainly the only one that's been brought in this tournament. This is a interesting sort of control deck. We see some big stuff all the way up to like Kika, Yamamoto, and even Kokura's sword, which we haven't seen in quite a bit. And then we have the big Maki as well. And we have some dagger strikes for removal, attack in the colonies. And Spring Offensive is a huge card. It is crazy the kind of impact that that card has been having. It is an entire draw package that you can access from any nation by bringing Italy, and then obviously Italy with some great removal and great health. That's why you're seeing so much Italy today and probably for the foreseeable future, and Henry definitely knows that. Moving on to a Soviet German deck, which again, this is another sort of more beefy deck, similar to what we just saw, but instead of Italy here going for a German side nation, giving him access to a couple of Blitz doctrines and such, as well as these very powerful Henschels and a couple of Panzergrens as well. Two Sky Barons is very interesting. I feel like that is a meta call targeting a lot of air in the air supremacy, and even a Dive Bombing, which is, of course, an extremely old card we don't see too much of anymore. Then we have a US Italy, which is, again, just another big, beefy list. This one, of course, with some War Machines. You're going to try to get up to those high numbers faster. Very similar to the other US Italy decks we've seen, kind of the most popular US list for sure. And then our last one, this is I think, one-off for the entire tournament. This is a German-Japan burn, something we'd seen quite a lot in the last meta. This is also using the new sabos for not juffling purposes so much, but as for just that straight up burn. And then as well as the Turpit Salamander, Hyper Bismarck, that's all a whole bunch of burn. And the Marine Divisions. Of course, the Marine Divisions playing a naval card. This is a naval heavy deck, is also going to get you some burn. A little bit of discard in there as well to combo with that. Discard from that U16 being a naval card. Uh, really, really interesting meta calls here by Henry.
Yeah, thanks for walking us through those. And it looks like Love Sheen will have the Japan deck banned and Henry losing that Germany deck.
Yeah, super interesting, right? As I just got finished going over how that's the only German, like true German burn. Obviously, German does a lot of burn now, right? Like there's burn all over the place. So when I say that there's no other burn decks, that's not necessarily true. But this is the like naval German burn deck that we kind of came to recognize from some of the last expansions, certainly from our last naval expansion, especially with the Turpits and with the um, Second Marine Division. Uh, Two Marine is gonna source a lot of that burn, which I think is very interesting. Bringing that card, kind of bringing one of the strong cards from the last expansion into combo it with some of the strong stuff of the new expansion.
Yeah, and Henry has a really nice aggressive start here. Turn 1 Colm, turn 2 Zhukov, turn 3 SU. You could try to mulligan and find something better, but that's a perfectly reasonable start. And then we have the opponent Love only keeping Rush, hoping to find something to combo that with.
Colm to start, something that you're never mad at on turn one, certainly not for Henry. Interesting, I guess, as well for this tournament so far, right? After years and years and years of incredible British decks, I think there's only one British deck tournament wide, and it is the Buffs list brought by a player in our last quarterfinal today. Super interesting, right? Like we've seen Britain decks for so long, and now it's the least taken nation, which I don't know. Has that ever happened before, do you think?
I
Britain
mean,
least taken?
especially, yeah, no, certainly not. And especially not when each player is bringing 4 decks. I mean, if each player is bringing 4 decks and we only see one British deck, that means that there's only one person that didn't bring the exact combination of Soviet, US, German, Japan. And like, Britain has to be at probably the weakest point that it's ever been in my opinion. They just don't have. There's no reason they don't really have anything over anybody else. Like Germany has board clear, better board clear. Russia has okay board clear. Um, Italy and honestly even Germany with Alpenfeststein, like pretty much every nation has better heal. Um, they just don't have a whole lot going for them.
Yeah, I actually got to ask Henry about this and poke his brain a little bit over the week, and he told me that we know in the past that British is famous for its card draw and life gain, and now it's now the nation with the worst card draw, and its life gain ability is mostly replaced by Italy. So they can only play buffs, which I don't want to see any OTK in this game. He says he feels like a mastered Brit player, and this is one of the only times he's never brought a Brit deck. He's tried Brit Finland Air, which I think is a really interesting call, but he says it's just not strong enough. And he also went on to tell me that the Whirlwind is his favorite card from the new expansion, and he was disappointed he can't really fit it in anywhere. But I thought that that was all super interesting, just because, as he said, and as kind of we alluded to as well, uh, Britain had a stranglehold on tournament place, like on a place in every tournament for forever.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Henry. has the opportunity to Whirlwind or Arado or SU. Really plenty of options here. And Love is starting to build back a little bit of that momentum, but being on the draw and not the play is not really where you want to be against this tempo-based mid-range deck when you're the covert deck and you really want to like get some of the like separate divisions or whatever they're called that grow over time. You wanna have the front line.
You want to get some coverts.
Yeah, for
My
sure.
man is in the kitchen with no food to cook right now, so
Exactly.
we will see how that goes. Of course, the 5 cost double add a covert unit from your deck to the support line and duplicate it. Those looming huge. Picking up some comms. Loveshin as well is continuing our trend of just drawing all of your Kyotos. Of just
Yeah.
holding a glut of Kyotos and being like, please lay something down worth taking away, because I, I would like to get these out of my hand in useful ways. Double comb is
Uh,
nice.
yeah, I mean, you you didn't want to play the single comb because it just keeps you off of playing the covert operations or whatever it is next turn. And double comb at least, at
Now
least with
it's
double
worth it.
comb, it's a little more worth it, but all of the bloody sickle on your own recon, like it's not super ideal to only be able to push up 2 colms and then have a weekend next turn. Like definitely not an ideal position.
But also not ideal for Henry here, right? All of his cards pretty reactionary. He can obviously do some doctrine stuff and try to get some buffs, get ahead, but like he is going to take 4 damage for that for basically no cost. Obviously the rollover cost, but no operation cost. And these tanks in response don't feel great for Henry either. I feel like we definitely see him considering a lot of avenues here, going all the way down to his rope.
Yeah, you can you can play the SU. There's a it's just gonna get rushed. Like they're gonna attack the Arado and rush the other one. Um, or Kyoto. That also works. Um,
Kyoto's kind of nice as well, just because whatever your follow up is, Kyoto is wonderful to use Rush on. Keep those frontline units healthy, beefy,
mhm.
and annoying. Plenty of four health on the Kyoto gives it a lot to ping away as you gobble up more of their resources with more Kyotos and those rushes. Yeah, very pivotal moment here. Both players really considering the lines. And there it is. There's the Kyoto. All right, and we are going to take care of that Pesciorado to make sure that we set up the rushes perfect. And this is a really nice mobile defense. Gotta assume Henry is going to let go of that because that really shields him this turn and is going to give him a really cheap option to take care of both Colms. Still has 4 left to slam his contest doctrine as well, so that the tanks will no longer come out at base. We'll start getting them buffed. Maybe you can even think about that second doctrine in the future.
Mhm.
I don't really see a turn for Henry otherwise. Neither of these SUs feels like they make a whole lot of sense to me. Also, just the mobile defense against 2 columns is just beautiful. I don't know that you can hope for much else or hope for much better. Really taking his time all the way down. Oh, okay, we're gonna throw out an SU anyway. We'd rather a body than a buff right now, and I think that's sensible.
Yeah, on one hand, it is nice because theoretically it will be able to like trade with the Kyoto. On the other hand, it's just gonna eat the other Kyoto or a rush.
Yeah, absolutely. And you almost wonder if it's worth getting that doctrine buff out so that it comes down as a 6/5 rather than a
Hmm.
5/4. Of course, then Rush is not going to take care of it single-handedly. Definitely not a turn for Rush this time, though. You don't want to rush one of these. Well, I mean, it's not the worst thing to rush keep one of your Combs alive, but these
Yeah,
temporary units.
here's the problem, right? Is that you have to have some sort of pressure because if you let them get down a separate behind a bunch of guards, then you're not going to be having a good time. Like this deck is not a deck that is going to be well equipped to deal with a 10-10. Um, but at the same time, every time you play something, it allows your opponent to like have these reactionary plays, like really, really efficient removal.
Yeah, strong
And
answers.
yeah, it's just so like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, and suppression after the Henschel takes care of 2 Kyotos. Interesting to suppress the Kyoto and get the mobile defense tank back, but the draw maybe possibly more what he wanted there and looming larger. He'll also want to make sure how he orders some of these ground units. You don't want the last ground unit to die to be that temporary tank because then that will be what is set into Ilyushin, and you might want to get that Ilyushin down soon. So probably want to lock in that SU as the unit that it is spawning. Yep, we're barrage the plane. We don't want double damage in our face. Not a
Hmm.
great draw for Henry.
I mean, not a great draw in the sense that it doesn't really impact the board. It's a fairly decent draw in the sense that you have a way to proc it, and it will have blitz. Um, Blitz units are always really important against the covert deck. I guess you just play the 3J or the SU because it doesn't have blitz.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd rather play the SU. I think maybe perhaps considering another doctrine because of the infantry being slow and him having some blitz tanks, but I would agree that a double buff is not as good here as just getting that singly buffed SU down. But we're going to go with the Ilyushin, which is fine. Air unit certainly or a body in general, certainly great. And now I assume only 6 credits. See, the barrage takes a big effect here. You know that Lovjin would have loved to move up 2 and slam, or even move up 3 and then slam the 5 cost double covert spawn card. I got to get the name of that card so I can stop talking around it like a dummy. Um, which would be really nice, but with only 6 out of his 8 credits, yeah, not really an affordable turn.
Yeah, and
And you
those separates, I'm assuming that those are separates that are under there, and if so, they're quite big.
So those are actually Shogate attachments, but
Oh, okay.
Shogate attachments in the front and then a separate in the back. But those Shogates, 5/1s, they're not small. They don't hurt. Classic
Yeah.
don't. Good English. Really considering this out, trying to think of what it might be, but he probably has to understand that whether it's a separate or a Shogate, it's going to be a trade no matter what. His SU probably not surviving this regardless of what that unit is. But even so, really trying to think it out here. Interesting too, holding his single copy of dive bombing, which would be great against a 5/1 body if the 5/1 body was active beforehand. But this will also allow him to generate the exact same tank off of the Ilyushin play here. So he knows what he's getting from his Ilyushin. So these, we're keeping some strong tanks on the board. We're keeping strong
Mm-hmm.
bodies to deal with these big bodies as he moves them up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that the
The
second or third
separate,
covert operation?
it's like the third. Oh no, it is. I
Yeah.
guess it is the second.
He's just pumping out so many covert units. And after this deck, Lovshin went 0-2 on this deck to start out. Or no, I'm sorry, not Lovshin. The first player, I believe, was Radish, went 0-2 on his covert deck to start out and then sort of had to pivot off of it and then pivot back to it again to clutch the set. Was able to do so. And now Lovshin as well seems to be doing pretty well. The covert deck, its power level, so to speak, kind of rising in my head so far through this tournament.
Yeah, I have messed around a good bit with a US Soviet list that I saw one of the high rated players using. And for a while it was really solid. I think the meta shifted to a place where it's a little less solid, but yeah, it's covert is no joke, and what it's really good against are these like greedy Germany decks. Because the greedy Germany decks don't really play a lot of things that deal well with covert units. They don't put enough units on the board. I think one of the things that I appreciated about Berto's US list is that he plays the Chocolate Boys and he plays the like Hellcats and stuff like that, and I'm like, oh man, that really gives a ramp an advantage against covert, where ordinarily covert would be really strong against ramp.
Yeah, I also like how well Lovshin is able to make the covert deck work so far without the unit that buffs the board
Yeah.
on the covert reveal. I felt that was in my playing of the deck. I felt that was sort of really key to having a big pop off turn that made the deck feel sort of A tier enough to make a big tournament splash. And with that,
Hmm.
of course, being a special, only two of them in your deck, kind of hard to navigate or to force that to happen in your game. But we see here Lovshin kind of doing really well without that being present at all. Mechanized is going to get some really nice draw. Big shock tank, super helpful. I believe we
Hmm.
saw in one of Radish's games actually the never-ending shock tank being a big play into some of these covert units as well.
And this shock tank plus the KV is so nasty. Lovshin really struggling despite the fact that they have a sizable board because of that direct HQ damage. That is crazy.
P3485, so strong with its inability to ever lose shock, basically demands an option. And as much as we talked about the covert unit deck doing well, just completely ran out of gas, sort of as we were gassing it up. Very, very interesting. And that quickly turned for Henry.
Yep, Henry off to a 1-0 lead. Lovshin still gonna need another win on that covert deck.
And maybe that's exactly what the covert deck was missing. Maybe if he was able to pull off one of those big buff plays, we would have seen that tide turn a little differently. So where do you think you go here from Lovshin's perspective, knowing now that you're going to be going either into the US or the Japan?
Yeah, I would say that Henry's. Well, I will say I really enjoy Henry's Japan list. I don't know how like strong it is, but I think that Japan Italy is a really fun combination. Yeah, that's about the extent to my thoughts.
Yeah. Any attempts at a Japan list that has gone past like a mid-range sort of tempo and wasn't just Poland hasn't really existed, right? Like at any point, it's been tried tons. It's even been maybe dabbled with in tournaments, but it's never quite found the footing that its fans would like it to. So definitely going to be interesting if and when that comes up, but instead we will see Soviets and US getting the ramp on turn 2. Never bad. And these are really nice turns here for Levshin. We got an early rollout of some nice cheap units, and we are generating some expansion draw. Of course, this is not a Japanese deck. This is Japanese minor nation. So if you're pulling off expansion draw with Japan minor, things are rolling pretty well for you.
Yeah, I was like, well, there's one expansion. I don't know how realistic it is when you only have really like 4 to 6 Japanese one drops, but yeah, guess it works.
Yeah, excellent point. It is truly the only carries one copy of expansion. So able to get anything out of that and it not to be a dead card is a huge boon. Glad to see the Chocolate Boys back. The Cocoa Men, you put some respect on their name. They're no longer boys.
Dang right. You respect them in this house.
Cocoa Men now. They were retired. Now they've been unretired. And we'll see some 4th Rangers action here as well. Just trying to survive and thin out. Almost looks like an aggro deck instead of a covert deck from Loveshin. Here comes some covert units.
In this house, we stand for the flag and kneel for the Cocoa Men.
Absolutely. Kawanishis are the covert unit du jour currently.
Okay, well the Kawanishis will hit back against the 3/3 bomber. They could take it out entirely. They could trade with the Tiger Cat.
Yeah,
Then
it'll be
again,
really
Kyoto
interesting.
is a good answer for the Tiger Cat.
Kyoto would be a good answer. He, of course, wants to, I assume, use these Kawanishi now as they are much stronger on his turn than his opponent's turn. And that is an interesting gamble you have to make against the covert deck, right? It's not like playing a countermeasure deck or a deck with countermeasures where it's an open deck list. I know what countermeasures you're taking. I'm suspicious every time you float. This is like a deck full of these units, and you know that it's just going to pick one and then duplicate it. So those could be 2 Kawanishis. They could be 2 separates. They could be 2 5/1 destruction draw cards.
I
And here we're just going to
wanna
see him womp on him.
I wanna point out that that was an incredibly risky rush play, and it paid off incredibly well. There was a 50-50 that you're just trading with a Chocolate Boy, and yeah, I was really surprised to see that. I'm like, you don't want to trade with the Chocolate Boy first to guarantee that you kill the bomber? Nope. Go for the 50-50, get the 50-50, draw 2 cards up the recon. Oh man.
Another covert operation. The health in Henry's hand is going to be big. That Call to the Con is already super helpful for his health total as it got bled down early, and that we can do it also probably going to be a big deal. Shoge detachments this time in the covert backline for Loveshin. Really, really considered lines here by both players, but there is definitely some wonk to what is happening, and I think that that also comes from the covert deck being relatively new. Okay, maybe I don't know if those kisses were intentional or not. No one damaged its home because of the Seahawk. Just wasting some credits to animate possibly. Yeah, and I think this is a big for freedom here. We really need to keep this Seahawk alive because this Seahawk is kind of keeping us alive. We can do it. Oh, the M10 is going to be useful. Maybe even considering not attacking the Kyoto now because it's a good M10 target.
Yeah, you could flip up a convert or a covert, sorry. Convert covert.
Yeah, because if you'd be maybe worried it was a separate, but the separates haven't been down long enough for them to be a problem. It's kind of a worst case scenario in that regard because the Koge would do 4 out of the 5 damage, which is not bad for a 2/8 Seahawk, but obviously any of the other covert units would trade worse.
Are they in fact Shoge?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
Sickle, of course, just going to draw. Not going to damage him though, which is nice. So just free, just to pay 1, draw 1. Corson, yeah, and it's going to be really hard for Henry to regain any sort of control here. The M10 fueling a bit of extra health for himself from the is that the Trenta division? I'm not sure which Italian card that is, but the text, of course, is anything with 4 attack on the board. When it comes down, will activate its deployment and will net you 4 health. There are a lot of big
Yeah.
4s in this game, or I'm sorry, in this deck, so you can definitely scrape some turns out with that life lead. I love how scrappy Henry is being, really making Lovshin stress this win. Lovshin's been in control kind of the whole time, and that doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. But Henry, through generating a lot of health for himself, making Lovshin make all these correct decisions over and over again.
Yeah, it's been a really awesome game. I'm surprised that Henry's been able to keep up, but we also saw that having access to these planes, these earlier units that allow you to get in some attacks to flip over those key coverts, really makes a big difference. This is one of the few ramp lists, I think, that has a decently okay match against covert.
An extra 12 health already. This is going to take it to an extra 17 health now. And here we see Henry trying to claw back. That counterattack is also going to be huge. It's going to clear a 5 attack unit off of the board. It'll be interesting now to see how Lovshin plays this. Does he continue to just try to face race this, or does he start to make these trades? Oh, and here we
Ooh.
see some big turns coming. The buff is going to come during some of these reveals. If Lovshin tries to get one of the reveals onto face to get all these buffs, then the counterattack is going to proc. So there are going to be a lot of dominoes falling very quickly here. Ilyushin could also matter. Counterattack by a ground unit could be what gets loaded into Ilyushin immediately.
Yeah, deciding whether to go for the bomber, go face, kill the tiger cat. All of these are
Yeah, we're going to
big
put
decisions.
everything into the board to maximize these buffs. We're going to throw a huge separate battalion. So that must still be a Koge in the back. Separate battalion makes the trade. We're
I was
making
gonna say
another
timing
trade.
out. Looked like timing out before the trade.
Probably reading the countermeasure from Henry exceptionally well. You're floating 2. I'm not wasting my big units. Oh, and a huge dagger strikes, but the 2/6 damage, 2/6 attack units, neither of them are the biggest on the board. Therefore, dagger only going to pin them, not remove them. That is huge. Nice ordering here. He's going to generate a Sherman and then generate 4 health again based off the 4 attack of the Sherman, the draw Sherman card. can't hold up his countermeasure. Hopeful that the Seahawk might help him out a little bit, but you gotta assume now. Also, really annoying for Lovshin here. Well, now not any longer. He would have had to double trade into the Seahawk to get rid of it. So I wonder if not attacking with the Seahawk there, because it's not like you're removing the buff guy anyway, might have been the move, because now I gotta assume one of these is going to take the Seahawk out to make some of these trades easier and cleaner, and then we're just going to start smacking face again.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty dang close to lethal, depending on what that last unit is.
Yeah, he can't get any buffs this turn because it just moved into the front line, so there's not going to be a way to reveal it.
Oh, okay, okay.
I almost would wonder if he would put Kawanishi down to have a second buff option for next turn, because obviously Henry is going to attack something into that. But then you're still going to get the buffs because it's on reveal. It doesn't have to be your turn. So there's a lot of avenues to consider. And we see some face damage here. Yeah, we're just going to say that we don't care about the Seahawk. -2 or -3 from 2 or 3 attacks. These are huge attacks, so it doesn't matter. Once again, the biggest board we've seen in ages from Lovshin.
And suddenly that 9/9 like draws the fire from dagger strikes. Like maybe before it was kind of realistic to take out the Corson, kill the other 6/6 with dagger strikes, but the 9/9 has said no, absolutely not happening.
Yeah, true shielding, as it were. Do you pop the covert with the... Oh, you can't because of the guard there. Yeah, truly. The dagger strike's basically worthless unless we truly use it as a pin. Yeah, we can save ourselves one attack. Yeah, Henry just says, I don't even... There's no point in organizing all this out just to lose slower. GG, let's go next. I agree from Henry. No use to waste any neurons trying to figure out how to lose slower.
Yeah, sometimes preserving your stamina is important. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what time it is in China right now, but it's got to be late. It's got to be...
Yeah, approaching 10 or 11 o'clock. I think they're 12 hours ahead, but possibly 13. Of me here on the East Coast. Yeah, we're very intrepid now. We have East Coast, West Coast, and Britain for our commentator crew, so we are really
Yeah, all of the if we just got like someone from Australia or New Zealand, we'd have like the entire,
Yeah, or even
you know.
if you're in Hawaii and you want to cast. just so that we can
You're
name
that much of a
time zone.
masochist if you want to wake up at like
If
11,
you wanna
if you want to
cast
start
that
at
way.
11 and end at like 7 a.m.
Hey, I worked a lot of third shift, you know? It's not bad. So Henry moving into his Japan deck, which should be a lot of fun here. Glad we get to see this Japan-Italy. Lovshin moving into their flotilla. Always screws me up. US flotilla. I think the flotilla was put into the game just to make commentators' jobs harder.
Get the tactical advantage by making your opponent have to look for the watermark or look at their card sleeves.
Yeah, I'm such a dummy. I get screwed up. Like, if somebody plays like the really red Japan one, I have to tell myself it's not a Soviet deck like 3 times a turn. So
The 350 card back.
yeah. Like, that's not Soviets. The color
Lovshin
coordination. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Lovshin has a really nice start here. Because Henry, looking at Henry's hand, nothing super insane until the 0 comes out. And Lovshin is able to really effectively either ramp, go for those Pathfinders, like, got so many options, even draw.
Yeah, Pathfinder's a pretty nice play here, able to actually use Pathfinder's Blitz, which does not happen too often.
Imagine the 0 comes out.
Yep. Clean plays both ways.
A Mustang to counter that a couple turns later. Oh, you could drop triple chocolate boys and play ramp.
Play a
Seems
ramp,
nice.
yeah. Gotta imagine that's the best turn here.
It means that on the next turn you can Mustang and then trade a Chocolate Boys into whatever they push into the front line on its following turn. Yeah, it looks really nice.
And a little bit of pin here for Henry.
Yeah, this, I was thinking that this is pretty control-y on Henry's end, but it's a lot more mid-rangey than I initially realized. Having like the zeros and some of these earlier game units. It's a very interesting list, and I think it's taking advantage of how much like burn and burst damage there is in the game right now. Looking to close out games a little earlier than some traditional control decks.
Yeah, and I think really indicative of that is the choice to just completely not take to the last man, right? Like
Yep.
the only Japanese control staple, if like there were to be one, right, is that ultimate board clear of just whole board dead. Wonderful, wonderful option for you, but does cost 10, very expensive. So yeah, just completely eschewing that is certainly a choice. Henry just saying, whatever, I poke you in the face.
Yeah, and this is where we see like this is why Germany is so strong. Having access to Crossfire and Alphenfestung, like they got the healing and I'm just looking at this game and being like, wow, I really wish Henry had like Crossfire and other German cards. Like Germany's
Right.
got it all right now.
Some nice synergy though achieved by Henry with the Type 94 TKs returning, and of course giving you the pin, or if already pinned, to destroy. I'm slipping on the name of the actual order they generate.
Surprise
Uh,
attack.
Surprise attack, thank you. Makura obviously generating another Makura into your hand when the turn ends, and being that pin to set up the surprise attacks really brings those Type 94s back and even stronger than they were before, which they were already pretty strong. So
Yeah, I mean Crossfire or some other way to clear the board would be super nice, but all that Japan really has access to is like Shinano and Desperate Measures and yeah,
yeah,
it's
not
pretty
not
tough.
even taking a Tora or anything like that, just for like that exact kind of scenario, but
Yeah, you could take like
definitely answers.
something like the 3 cost pin things and deal 1 damage to them. Or is Naval Operation in the current standard card pool?
I'm not
No,
sure.
Naval Operation is not in the current standard card pool. So yeah, just taking something. Oh man, is the 3 damage pin also not in the current card pool?
Spring offensive, we're gonna get some draws. Second spring offensive, not great. Nothing with more than 4 attacks, so we're not getting any fun extra money here either.
Yeah, Japan lost all of its like 3 credit, um, you know, deal 1 damage to a large variety of units. So that's quite interesting.
Love Shin sitting on quite a bit of draw, clogging his hand as well. His units are the big ones, so the dagger is not super, super useful. Been sitting on a blue and gold the entire time, which is interesting. Grabbing himself some health here is really nice.
It's going to be a long time before somebody is able to close out this game. Just looking at the hands, there's a lot of answers and not a lot of proactivity.
All right, going for the Dina. Some easy trades. Is that a mill? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that's only 8. And we're just going to push it all up. Not really great desperate measures. Not going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, you
He has
could type
one pin kill.
94. Yeah,
Yeah,
type
one pin
94
kill
and Mikasa.
available. He also
He can.
has the "and," but that's not great. I believe he can, his second card there is to kill a unit with
Yeah, it could kill the
more.
2/3.
Yeah, not what you want out of that. Yeah, we are gonna desperate and set up an "and" play.
Yeah, and you can just put down an arty, force some
Yeah,
trades. But the problem is, in forcing the trades, you allow your opponent to get retributions. And those retributions, sometimes they're kind of mid, sometimes they're really busted. But the one thing that is sure is that they win the grindy game very hard.
we're not even gonna allow the single card draw off of the arty.
No, we gotta pin it.
Another
I
Spring
imagine that the blue and
Offensive.
gray dies one way or another here.
Yep, it's gonna be an easy dagger strikes, and we're gonna have some pin options as well. Oof, no health and no blitz on the Italian infantry there. That is the 49th infantry. Not what you want to see. He almost looked like he thought he might have a credit left over to pull off that attack. Kind of made a motion towards it, but Henry generally very aware of his resources, so probably just needed to get a body out there. Oof, not really able to see what retribution that was. One of the two costs. I don't know if my retribution's memorized as well as I maybe should. And not a lot of great answers in Henry's hand here. He could go Kika and get himself some health, but then he's not taking advantage of Kika's blitz or the 49th splits. He could just go both 49ths and then attack, giving him health
Yeah,
once and wiping the board, but then he's basically down to a Kika and nothing.
yeah, I honestly, the reason I'm quiet is 'cause I'm just like thinking, like, what would I do in this position? I think I'd play the Yamato. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Just plays Yamato. Of course, this is the new Yamato, so not based on what you have on board, but applying it to everything else instead.
Yeah, you gotta have enough units in your deck for it to be worth it, right? Like a control deck, you got a lot of orders. Are you really gonna have enough stuff to use it? But
Yeah,
this
and
is the
it's
first time that I've seen it in its new form in any sort of like competitive setting, so pretty cool.
same. And as you are very astutely pointing out, right, it's sort of at odds with itself now, being so expensive. 10 cost, you almost need to put it in only some sort of control deck. But then the card's requirements itself for being useful are a bunch of units, preferably cheap ones, like an aggro deck would give you. So not used a lot, but if we can see it get pulled off here, it'd be very interesting. That's huge. Huge on the guard. We get health from both Italian 49ths, able to use one of the blitz. Really trying to stave this off for as long as Henry can. Of
Yeah,
course,
and it looks like
nukes on
Henry is,
Lubshin's side, so who knows how
yeah,
long this can last.
it looks like Henry is doing better on fatigue. Hard to say for sure. Slightly. Not that it's gonna matter uh, after trading off with the guard.
Oh, some more draw. Yeah, we're gonna pop that immediately. Two
Oh, and getting
planes.
fully refunded.
And
You
now
could
we're
play the
going to.
Kika or push up.
Yeah, no, it looks like we are pushing up and pushing out, getting some planes down. Henry now able to take some offense for the first time all game. Now Lovshin responding. Certainly has some tools to do so. He's got some retributions. He's got his own dagger, which will make very quick work of the Sky Dragon.
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike to hold up as well.
Could even just. Oh no, you can't really make nukes. Counter-Strike definitely is getting held up here. Question is, what else?
Right. 10 credits otherwise.
Is that retribution? Yeah, the deal 4 and gain 4.
That's actually a really nice one. I don't think the dagger is too efficient. No, I don't know. I don't know about that. All right. Okay, we're just going nukes. We're saying if we take the big set of damage off the board, we can still afford nukes this way. Now I like it, love shit. At first I didn't like it. I didn't see what you were doing completely, but now I'm on board. And Henry knows. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to mill one for nukes. If I'm Lubshin, I don't care. This board is gone as well as the 6 to face. You barely have any other cards. I can see them. Oh, actually, Kokoro's sword pretty nice here, but I gotta imagine Henry's only turn is Kika face.
Mm-hmm. Really, that is a strange dagger strikes. I guess
I get it because
knowing
once
that
Kika's down, Kika is gonna block you from using the dagger at any point, and you really want to Kika, and now you can Kokura after this. But yeah, I also agree.
I mean, playing around the counter strike, that's pretty obviously there, but
That's also very true.
it's really
Kika to face
awkward.
was also a very bad play because of that. Yeah, that's the quickest. Kokura can be really annoying. Some dumb RNG to deal with. So
Yeah,
that's
the craziest thing is Kakura into the destruction doubler.
yeah. It's held up again, Counter-Strike, so Henry not gonna Kika, sees it all the way still.
Crazy that the destruction doubler is still in the standard card pool. I feel like it's just been around forever, but hasn't really seen a whole lot of play.
You're talking about the Elephant Man?
The Elephant Man, indeed.
The Elephant Man, yeah. Yeah, that was a very cool elite that came out that we thought was probably gonna have a bigger impact, but it has, yet to quite make its presence known.
If
Big
it had a
turn here
destruction
for
effect
Lubshin.
itself, I think it'd be a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if it was just draw a card, so you drew 2 cards or something, right? Like
Or
anything.
deal 1 damage to the enemy HQ, deal 2 damage.
Interesting. Just choosing to kind of buy some time here. We're going to ramp up our money. We're just going to throw out a Sherman so we have something on the board. And obviously, we're holding this up until it pops with this Counter-Strike here. Oh no, this is the turn. Yep.
Yeah,
And
yo.
it's going to get Kika, basically the best target it could get. Henry can double guard because of the guard just the draw, the destruction draw, because draw obviously is kind of what he needs the most
Henry,
here.
2 damage off here. You could go for nuke plus Maki, but that only gets your opponent to 2. I'm assuming that the 2 cost retribution is deal 5 damage.
I think you maybe still take that line if you're Levshin, because like what are they gonna, what 2 cards with a third on the way could they possibly fight back from 2 health with no board? Yeah, but
Yeah,
this is a
and
very
now you
nice line as well.
have
Now you're up
lethal
and
just
lethal
with
presented.
you have lethal just with you know, orders. So
Yeah, so this is a better line for sure. And Henry able to get kind of a nice survival turn here.
seeing the
Generate himself 4
nukes,
health in a trade.
you can't attack HQ if you see the nuke.
Yeah, you know you're losing this plane, so you might as well clear the board with it. I like that a lot because now, like, Levshin doesn't want to spend a nuke on a 5-1 plane, right? Like a mostly dead Maki. Oh, but no, yeah, no last credit for the 49th attack. Didn't quite realize that. That makes it a little bleaker. We're right back down to that same 2 damage we spoke about before. Oh, and the strategic bombing I didn't even notice in his hand. So there we go. Levshin gonna clean that up nicely. He's gonna take a lead on Henry in the set. Henry still looking to find a place for that Japanese control deck. Is that going to be the choice that sort of bites him here in this tournament?
Yep, and Lotion only has that Germany deck left to win with. It is that Germany US ramp list with the mouse and the P-51 Mustang. So definitely on the heavier end for the typical ramp lists.
Yeah, and honestly, this feels like a great matchup into both of Henry's remaining decks. As you said, it's just sort of it's just sort of the better deck of the than the inverse version of U.S. Germany, which is what Henry is now going to play. And as we have seen the sort of mid-rangey, control-y Japan list really not work out so far, certainly doesn't seem to be a deck that would work out against the current Jur US iteration. Sweet bayonet, though. Oh, early Alpenfesting draw and early Mao's draw, so Levshin definitely going to have some stuff stuck in his hand for a while. But Henry's deck, not really the deck to press a lot of damage fast and make Alpenfesting a super necessity. Maybe a little bit of nuclear revenge on the way for Henry. Levshin just going to keep pace. Money and draw. Really needs the draw right now, as a lot of his cards are. Needs the draw and the ramp, as all of his cards are expensive and answers to problems not yet presented. And it feels like Henry doesn't really love any of his plays right now. Kind of just trying to get some stuff out of his hand, not waste any money. Airborne's not terrible here. At least you get it to the front line right away. And, ambush in the front line is always nice. A little bit of backline damage. The 2 damage to HQ isn't bad, but you probably like to get a unit kill with it. Something kind of more efficient.
Are you going to be able to get a unit kill with it though, realistically? Like how many units is Levshin playing that actually have 2 or less?
That's a good point as well. I really don't understand moving the chocolate boy up over
Yeah,
moving
that was
the airborne up.
strange. That was pretty strange. Maybe playing around like a Schutzen or something. Let me check what Henry's got. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any reason why.
And the whole point I thought of playing playing a 4-cost 1 blitz unit on turn 5. I really didn't think it was for the 2 damage to the HQ. I really thought it was to get that ambush in the front line. So bit of a strange play from that perspective, but I'm sure Henry has it in his head exactly what he's kind of going for here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the deck list and I don't see anything to really play around.
Doesn't go for Tiger Cat or anything wacky. We're just gonna do some damage to face and move it up. And again, super weird now, right? That could have been a much bigger turn. That could have been 4 damage to face from Airborne instead of 2 damage to face from the Chocolate
Yep.
Boy. So it's only a net of 2, right? We'd be looking at 7 instead of 9, which doesn't feel like a ton, but again, just a little bit strange. Would not have
That is
presented
a
lethal
sad.
either.
That is a
Had a
sad
very sad
crossfire.
synthetic oil. And a sad crossfire. Alpenfesting probably coming. He's going to be very low. Is
there any way to really play around the Leopold? Or the mouse? Well, yeah, I guess there's no Leopold right this second. Mouse, definitely something worth considering.
And Henry just going to build up research for the time being as well. All right, here we go. Love Shin, 21 coins here for a big turn, which honestly is probably just going to be mouse infesting, because what else can you really do?
Yeah, it's not even like a good mouse. Like, you just don't have a lot to be doing right now with all these credits.
It's going to maybe try to draw some things into his hand before he Alpens, but I was going to say he's not deep enough into his deck for that to make any difference. He's certainly going to lose all these cards, loses Leo, loses a
Losing
German
Leo.
Sherman, losing the Convert and a Doctrine. These are some hefty losses. Routes
Yeah,
no
Leo
problem.
against the
Henschel
Tiger Cat
sucks.
is a huge deal.
Suppression no problem. So some tough losses there, but I don't think Loveshin is too upset. But the other thing too is Loveshin really does not have anything else going for him here now either. Didn't really draw into any answers. Mouse is not particularly helpful. Actually, the Chocolate Boy is going to unfortunately enable Mouse to get rid of the Airborne. Mouse is going to be a big deal because it's not even, easily nukeable either. But the other end of it is it costing an entire turn, and nope, does not wait till next turn, has the single production in his hand to go up to 12, hovering over it.
Yeah, it
He
allows you to
burnt,
take out the 4-1 with the 2-1, which
yeah,
is, yeah.
a nice little board clear, a very big unit, something incredibly hard to deal with if you don't happen to have a Dagger Strikes in your hand.
Dagger Strikes Tiger Cat is like probably the 2 worst cards that you could see for like, that's so frustrating.
Yeah, certainly. The last thing you want to do is something awful like capitulate an entire
1 unit.
Yeah, which is exactly what we saw. Now the Salamander. Take a little ping damage. Routing his own unit. Oh, wait. What did I miss there? He discard that or something? Was I not paying attention? What did I miss there?
I don't know, but I'm looking at
I thought he was going to route
that.
his own unit to draw, but I just saw a route leave his hand without anything actually converting. So, a little confused, but I'm sure I just missed something easy.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because the Folks Grenadiers, the 3-2, the 3-2 that makes a production of what's called Folks Grenadiers, is not in the deck list. So that is something interesting that we're gonna have to figure out a resolution to. But for now, we're just gonna have them play it out and see what happens. It looks like it didn't end up. Yeah, it looks like Henry walked away with the game, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But that is kind of bizarre. Was there any card that could have generated it?
I was trying to think of as well, but no, I don't think so. So perhaps maybe just an older revision of the deck list that he has on his homepage, maybe
Yeah,
just an
definitely
accidental
possible.
take or something like that. Certainly not the hardest mistake to make, but we will get this cleared up real quick. Yeah, and as we said, Henry won, so not a
Not a
problem,
big
but
deal. Yeah,
he's going to need to play that deck again. So we need to make sure that he's going to play that deck with the correct version, since
exactly,
that's his
exactly.
only choice is to play that again, right? So let's make sure that it is exactly the list. I'm just going to give our admins some time to communicate with the players here, make
Yeah,
sure that
that's important.
everything is smooth.
We're gonna have a clean over the board fight.
Yeah, none of this funny business.
We should get into the like 1940s boxing caster.
Do my
To
best
match
newsy
the
voice.
aesthetic. Yeah, match the aesthetic of cards, you know? Should be a requirement to get on the casting team.
Yeah,
What are we
yeah.
doing? We gotta have higher standards for casting. My immersion is broken.
So let's see the matchup that we are guaranteed here, right? We have Henry's Japan, Italy, and then we have the German, US that we've already seen. So I think that the advantage definitely deck wise goes to Loveshin. Uh, uh,
Well,
Henry,
here's
yeah,
a
please
question I
go
want to
on.
ask you. Is there's a really important concept in pretty much all like card games that have a system similar to credits, so like mana credits, all these similar systems, called who's the beatdown, meaning who's the deck that has to win faster and who's the deck that's trying to defend. Like that, assessing that critical point is one of the biggest things you can do to increase like the level of your play, figuring out if you're the one who needs to be on offense or if you're the one who needs to be on defense. Which of these two is the beatdown?
It's weird to say like the ramp control one is, but
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure myself, right? So
I think that it might be. To your
I'm
point,
not
though,
sure.
it's really interesting because that question that you just sort of posited, I think, is most prevalent when you're first going into this set because it's most prevalent for your ban choice. Because if you can ban the ugly stick, as you kind of alluded to, that you're so worried about, that obviously helps you immensely in the set. And we saw right away the only Navy burn deck that was taken in the entire tournament was the one that Lovshin banned. And nothing is going to get you down probably faster than that, right? Able to do a lot of like you can literally turn four what's the name of the unit? The turn four two Marines, turn five Turpets, and that's like seven burn damage on turn five, and they can't play any units, which is probably how they're going to be trying to respond to some of that. If not with just straight up health, which isn't, besides some Italian cards, there's not much for that right now. So I think super, super interesting how that affects their choices now, as you said, for how it's going to affect this game now that we only have two decks left, but how it affected the whole match just from like a planning perspective.
Mhm. Yeah, it's really hard to know who the beatdown is in this particular instance because on one hand, uh, the deck from uh, Love is has like, oh, you know what? I'm looking at it and it's not the typical Germany US list. I was gonna say, well, normally we have like Bismarck and Comet and stuff like that. Neither of those cards are in there actually. So does that change your assessment? Like instead of having Turpits, you have Mouse, I guess, but Mouse is pretty hit or miss, and I think against this Japan deck, it's gonna be more miss, and like you don't have Comet, so yeah. What does that change your assessment?
It certainly might. Wow, let's see. Man, it almost feels like it's going to be lacking in a finisher, like lacking in a big way too. Obviously, if you can, did you say there was no Bismarck as well?
No Bismarck either, right? Isn't that crazy to see no Bismarck, no Comet?
Yeah, so it's definitely very interesting to kind of suss out where he plans on finding that last little bit of damage, that
Yeah,
end strike, so to speak. Uh, so
yeah.
yeah,
Maybe with like
we will definitely see.
the the Blitz doctrines, hoping that the Blitz doctrines are gonna carry you across the finish line. Something that I'm surprised to see is the shifting attack, because shifting attack with only Leopold. Well, I mean, I guess like you have Mouse too, but shifting attack with only Leopold is like,
No, yeah, that's a great point. All the things that you want a shifting attack, don't seem to be present. Maybe a German Sherman, that 20 Panzergun, obviously, also really nice to shifting attack. And that's in stark contrast, right, to the deck we saw earlier, the Jure France, which was like, yo, shifting attack is so powerful. I built a combo deck that is just shifting attack because I can shifting attack my Comet, which again, not in this deck, but I can shifting attack my Comet and then I can use Sally as many times as I have Sally's to just keep shooting a zero cost Comet across the board.
it's so
Uh,
silly.
yeah, no, it is
It's like,
ridiculous.
what the
And it is
heck?
a true combo because it needs to be played in order as well, right? You
Mhm.
have to play
Yeah.
shifting attack first, so that way the for the entire turn then the deployment cost of Comet is then dropped to zero. So then when you sally it back to hand, it is still zero, then able to be played ad nauseum. Yeah, super, super annoying. So annoying that we saw at least two players, right? Just lean into that complete. Like that is the deck. That is mostly what that Jure France is trying to do. There's
Yeah.
certainly some other. Sally has some great defensive purposes as well. But and really that is a nice like versatility. Versatility is something that you often have to pay for, right? Certainly in other games, but even in this game, right? Kind of early on, we saw cards that gave you a choice. And usually there's cards that where they were like, pick one of these two things. You had to pay more than you wanted to pay for either choice because like the versatility is sort of baked into the price. But Sally, being a zero cost card, makes up for that by having all the effects differ based off the unit type, right?
It's
So
a cool card. It's a
it
sweet card.
sends or it retreats air units, but it pins tanks, but it
Suppresses infantry, destroys
su-
artillery.
destroys artillery, right? Which is very cool. So yeah, yeah, super interesting the kind of like length that you can get out of that card. And it being zero cost is also just a very funny sort of cherry on top.
Yep. Um, yeah,
So
I like the Germany France list that they came up with. I've played, I think at one point, maybe like a month or two ago, I was laddering with the Jur France list. At the time, which was not yet on this like Sally shifting doctrine tech, and um I think with the Sally shifting doctrine, shifting attack tech, the Sally shifting attack comet tech, it's really cool. I think it gives the opportunity to close out games a lot quicker. Then again, you have to draw through a lot of your deck to do it. So, and that's not so easy. That's not so easy.
it really
So,
does start to play like a combo deck.
yeah, it starts to play like a combo deck, right? So it's, I don't know, it's really cool. I think that it is a buff to the deck for sure. But
And I
uh,
mean, it's also annoying, right? Just because the German deck is beefy enough to just win without all of that stuff. Like just German main nation, and like France isn't, you can take some nice removal with France with things like defend in depth. You can take some nice draw or even some health with a couple different things. So like it's not even a lot of combo decks. It feels like you either combo or you lose. And this is like you either combo or you somehow also maybe win just a
Yeah.
normal game
Yeah, and you can even use
without
Sally
that kind of
so
yeah.
like yeah, like you don't even have to use it for the combo. You can just like, burn them down with Tirpitz and Bismarck and Sally their infantry or
And
Sally
we're
their
seeing a lot of arty right now, right? With Calliope's and then even
AA gun.
the anti-air gun, yeah, and then even the one cost anti-air gun
Oh,
got
really?
some
You've been
play
seeing that?
in Swiss, yeah.
Oh, you know
J
what? Just
King
'cause
had it in his list, and I believe maybe it might have only been J King, but there was definitely a
there's
Swiss
a
list with
lot of
those
air
floating
right
around,
now. I
right?
mean,
And it's a good tech call.
we're seeing Henry with like the double Sky Barons, and I I
Same
mean,
kind of call.
look, I'm not surprised to see the double Sky Barons. Double like Sky Barons is an awesome card. It's really really good, especially against like the Monkeys and stuff. What I am surprised to see is that it's specifically in the Soviet Germany mid-range list, like the tank mid-range with like the
Right.
SUs and the yeah. So that I was like, I'm not surprised to see it. I'm just surprised that you're the one that's doing it and that it's in this list.
Yeah,
So
definitely. So our players are getting ready, hopefully, for this last game in the set. We are actually going to cut to just a quick break while we get all of this sewn up. We will be right back to you with the ultimate game to decide our third quarter final today in the Air Supremacy tournament.
yeah, then we look.
All right, and we are back. Thank you for pausing with us for a short moment while we got some things figured out. The brief, a little bit of a misplay, wrong deck choice kind of a thing has always resulted in a game loss within the series set. So, regardless of Henry winning outright, which he of course did, he would have won that game regardless, just because of the unfortunate missed list choice. But either way, no matter which way you slice it, we were always headed here 2-2. This is our ultimate game in the set to decide who is going to move on.
Yeah, and I can understand, Henry's frustration, because it kind of showed up at the end of the game, and we continue to play out the game. But that is how we've done it in the past, and so we want to make sure that we're consistent with rulings and stuff like that. But Henry's got a really nice start here, able to get some nice HQ defense off of these blitzers.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be key for every little bit of health that he can get. Maybe a little less key, as we kind of went over before, with no Bismarck, no high caliber burn at the top of the list, but certainly uh, every decision and every little bit of health here is going to be crucial. And a nice war bonds here for Lovshin, going to generate some money, generate some card draw. And yeah, these 49s just
There
doing
they
work
go.
for Henry. He
They're
gets to
going in.
play the full set, 4-3 with Blitz. Certainly not a bad body. The conditional health is not so conditional in these cases today for Henry. Really able to generate a nice chunk. And honestly, that feels bad. That particular Panzergun getting the covert of anything 4 cost or below can be extreme. We literally see people we see people use that card because it's extremely good. But that card answers a lot. It even answers like the cards in Juffle, for instance, that are like the main targets, or in a whole host of decks. Throwing that down on something that already got its deployment effect off, it never feels good, right? You want to save that for something maybe with a passive, or something with just a really annoying body. That 4-3 already did its work generating that health. Oh, Seahawk Henschel, now we're really threatening as well. Oh, and a
Yeah,
Makura draw for Henry when he's holding one. So not a real draw, unfortunately.
yeah, pretty awkward. I would assume that after this we just drop the Dragon Slayer. Yes.
Yeah, which is pretty nice. Can certainly clean up the Seahawk, no problem. 5 damage to face. Also nothing to sneeze at. Also has some burn and some Maki's action as well. Mustang, really good response. You could see and sort of envision a scenario where Henry is able to be really annoying with that Dragon Slayer, with that Maki, with that little bit of burn damage, and then just the pins to make it, so that you can't quite ever get to him. So the Mustang is definitely going to be huge in making sure that doesn't happen. Also holding Alpenfesting now as well. So Lovshin really sitting on his defensive tools. Yeah, big moment kind of sensed here by Henry, really thinking out his line. Doesn't really have any tremendous plays, could really just think about draw, but instead, yeah, we're going to put the Maki down and we're going to
I
take
think
out that incredibly annoying Seahawk.
I think it's right because Yeah, I don't know. There's not really a whole lot else you can do. I think that's got to be the right play here.
Doctrine gonna
Motion.
get Lovshin, yeah, sort of back in the game here, because I have to imagine he's going to make this trade.
Yep. Yeah, both players don't have a ton of resources to work with, but having this contest auction uh, is definitely very, very helpful because all the other cards in hand are kind of just like removally, not super helpful. And Henry, same thing going on, has like a draw card and then a bunch of removally stuff. So
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see what he was considering, but he obviously went with a draw tank there in the end. Is that Panzer 3 into Panzer 3 as well? So really sort of valuing some targeted draw. Oh, Kakura on the field right away as soon as it's drawn.
yeah, there is the suppression, but at least there's no plane to make the suppression draw.
I almost wonder if we see Lovshin just go with a third straight Panzer 3. Really let him select his next couple of moves carefully.
Yeah, if Flushton
Don't
isn't
even
careful, then the Winter Regiment can salvage it and then definitely give Henry a lot more resources to work with. So Flushton's got to be careful to play around this winter.
he can also just kind of chill out as well, right? If he
Mhm.
wants to just draw more, you don't need to suppress Kokura now. You can let him spend 2 credits to move it up to the
Yep.
front line and then just suppress it next turn, kill it, or whatever you feel that you need to do. But no, hey,
Going
yeah,
for it
we'll
now.
just suppress it now.
That's a weird crossfire.
I was gonna say the crossfire to get a single unit kill and then 2 damage to Kokura doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I was gonna say now with the SKD and the buff from Doctrine, it gives you a really nice trade. But I didn't think the body on the board was that threatening. But hey,
Now the 3/5s are harder to get with Winter, but not impossible when you have
yes, we'll
access to
see him
Desperate and
engineer
Zero.
it. Very nice. Not the greatest salvage. Obviously, that's max cost on a salvage unit, but the deployment is pretty nice. Being able to C3 draw 1. It's never something you're mad at. Unless all 3 options are great and you're about to bottom deck 2 of them, and then it feels bad.
That's a big Panzer III. That is a very
It
large
is.
Panzer III. You can salvage it. It will be like a 3-1 or something, like the 3-1 for 3 credits with 2 op costs.
Right. Could just throw the guard down as well.
Yep. Also an option. Also could like throw the guard down and throw down the
Yeah, just the
40,
49th,
49th.
grab some health and just shove the blitz unit in there.
Ooh,
This
Type 94 is removal with the Mikura, but the 0 is
yeah,
just a better
is
all-around card.
the nice body. Tough. We see the fight Panzer, the Panzer 4H, in Lovshin's hand as well. So a nice body like that 0, probably just going to get destroyed off a deployment effect. Yep, this play makes a lot of sense. Some really nice health. All the way up to 32. Henry may be feeling kind of good here, but then I look at
The hands.
Lovshin's hands and realize he's not at 14. He's really at 25 and has a host of options.
Yeah, I will say though that this is a match where the fatigue could definitely matter. As of right now, it looks pretty 50-50.
Yep, 19 to 18 on cards.
Mhm.
In deck.
Definitely a matchup where it could matter. That is such a good card in these control matchups. Like finding that off of that card do you okay, can you agree with me that that is the best card to find off of contest auction in like 80% of matchups?
Yeah, it's certainly insane. It is expensive. That's really your only drawback, right? You got to play 7, and then if you get the kill, you need to have some more to be able to operate it afterwards. So it's definitely pricey, but yeah, you for sure love everything else about it.
It's like that one is really good. The 4/4 with shock, or the 4/4 that like becomes a shock unit that operates for free once you deal 4 damage. Mouse sometimes. Like there's only a couple that are actually good, and they're so much better than the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, even once in a great while, against certain decks, the untargetable tanks are also
Oh, true. Yep,
really
in
nice in
some
a
control
pinch.
matchups. Even King Tiger.
Kind of a bit of a button bug on spectator mode, so nice, clear up.
Take out that 4/4. Make sure that the burst damage is not a threat.
Yamoto would look a lot juicier if you didn't know the Alpenfesting was already in Lovshin's hand.
Yeah, it's not it's not intel'd, but how many if you have what, like 15 cards left in deck, there's a 60-ish% chance that it's already in their hand.
Yeah, they probably figured it out by now. Oh, Turpit's kind of going to be a big deal here. Going to maybe turn Henry's next turn into just a draw and nothing else operation.
Certainly possible.
Wouldn't be the worst, as Henry can at least spend 8 on draw and burn. Yep, then we'll see that Turpitz, try to lock him down for next turn. Yeah, and immediately draws a nice big fat unit. Yep, some more units that he can't use, at least right now. I got to imagine this Call to the Colonies comes out, does 3 damage to the 4/3, saves, that's a 9 health swing, 5 health to you, and stopping him from swinging for 4 health, 4 damage next turn. You literally can't do anything else. I don't really know why you wouldn't. Yep, we will see that move as well. Now, Lovshin with sort of an awkward turn, but probably less awkward than what Henry is going to start facing here pretty quickly. 20 Panzergren is going to be really nice for him. Already has a really nice 4/6 big boy tank. The Salamander doesn't really even need to worry about his Oppenfesting. Kind of just can hold that in the back pocket. That's the break glass in case of almost death.
Yeah, Henry is like literally 1 credit off of being able to close out this game, but them's the breaks. Or no, 2 credits off? 2 credits off of being able to close out the game.
Oh.
Alright, opting to go for it.
Yeah, it doesn't know that the festing is in the hand, so this really isn't going to work out. Has to do it this turn, though. He did at least force the play. Had to force it out at some point. And capitulation. That's a big one. The routes are really good for Lovshin. He doesn't care about
I'm
losing
really
those. Losing a
surprised.
Henschel, losing a Rangers, losing a Mouse, the shifting attack. The ramp is really nice to lose. The Seahawk doesn't quite matter. Let's see how that changed. It is
Generally
now
speaking,
only
I think
3
that
cards
was
left.
not the worst things to see, but with 3 cards left, yeah. I'm surprised that the Panzer 3H wasn't Mikurad. Because I feel like otherwise they have a really tough time dealing with the Kika, and
And I feel like Henry for sure last turn would have loved to do to dagger that Fat Panzer 3 off the board before Kika, but just one credit short of being able to do that.
Yeah, this wasn't really looking very good for Henry, but the fact that Lovshin only has 3 cards in deck changes so much about this match.
Yeah, and now what I assume we're gonna see is
I'd like to see the 4/6 die here, to be quite honest. I'd like to see the
I think it has to, yeah, and it's gonna force out the Leo play, but
Yeah.
Henry's gonna have plenty of ways to take care of Leo. I think you got to kill Anne before the Leo.
Crossfire.
Well, you know, that's a fine crossfire as well.
That is one of the few times that I think, you know, a crossfire for 3 damage is actually really, really worth it.
Yeah, really gets to hold on to Leo in the back pocket as well. I gotta imagine this is a Panzergren spot. He does still need to swing, yeah, to make sure Salamander leaves. Okay, no, we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go with research, possibly double discard. Henry scrambling with some small units. Knows he doesn't have to deal too much damage, especially if fatigue starts to come into play.
Yeah, the key word, if fatigue starts to come into play.
But 2 Type 94s is huge.
Makes
Not
it so
only
that
is he,
Leo.
yeah, he's
what's Leo
sitting.
gonna do?
He's sitting on a Leo kill, and he's going to force you to give him another unit kill with the Leo play. So the Leo play now is kind of duty poo poo. Plus the dagger. And I think this is it. I think that Lovshin is going to lose to fatigue. He is not going to have units to be able to pull this last bit of damage off. He's going to have this single Panzergren play. The infantry is an Otto, not a great last card. Can't even play it because it would draw a fatigue damage.
Yeah, your hope and a dream is the Panzergrunts?
2-1 Salamander because of the elite anti-air gun. Also funny. Look
Yeah,
at
well,
the
otherwise you'd be able to like clean up some of the 1/1s
Henry's got a full
maybe, but
house of pin. Good lord.
he's got 4 of a kind, even better.
And then praying for some divine wind. This is really, really interesting set of turns here. It's not even about the removal for Lovshin. It's about his ability to find this last 14 damage. This is going to be a big T-34.
Oh, oh,
What do we do? Where do we point it?
that's so much. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. We do a route because the route means that infantry is nice and slow.
All right,
Every single paper cut is going to matter to Lovshin. Oh, the
Yeah.
kamikazes! The kamikazes! They're going to speed the whole process up. He's got plenty of pin and removal for all of these units. Kamikaze, kamikaze. Oh, that's a great way to kill the 3-4 as well, right? Yep, that command failure is also going to come in clutch. And an infantry and an Arado are not going to find you 5 damage. The discards off the U-boat. Trying to buy himself time. Did he take a fatigue? He took 1 fatigue, right? So he's going to take 2.
Yeah,
So
that's
Henry only
it.
needs to find 3 damage. Discards the spring offensive and a surprise attack.
That's it. That's the 3 damage.
And a 0 to boot. Just in case we didn't count fatigue correctly. What a close game. Henry going to move on to tomorrow's semifinals. What a game. And you love to see Salamander pull up just to witness the base explode. It was too late, Salamander. That was a match.
What have you thought about Salamander's performance, generally speaking, in this tournament?
Um, it's funny you say in the tournament because like Ladder Salamander is a menace, a busted menace that is just making people cry. But yeah, in the tournament it has been played around defensively, I think, really well, and has not necessarily made quite the impact. I do think that some of that comes down to list choices. Once you get into like Comet, Shifting Attack, and Salamander all in the same deck with like a Bismarck, it becomes an entire other thing of how effective that salamander can be, right? Because if the salamander is only pulling off like 4 to 6 damage over the course of the entire game, 4 to
It's
6
just not a good rate.
matters so much in burn, but maybe not so much in this like kind of control mirror. So
Yeah.
which I think speaks to maybe the card being a little weaker than we thought, because it kind of is like maybe just under that auto include status because of that. But I would probably still call it an auto include, and I do still
Really?
think that it is. Mm, I don't want to say mega busted, but it's definitely a strong card.
I think
But
that it's closer to
yeah,
like a B plus A minus tier. I think that it's
interesting.
like a strong card, but definitely not an auto include.
Yeah, I think it's like A plus leaning on S, but that is a an argument for another time. Let's go ahead and bring up our bracket and we'll start to preview our last quarterfinal for the day. We've got Otto and Grand Union, two players who we really don't know that much about. So it's going to be really interesting to see sort of what they're playing. Let's flow right into Otto's player card.
Otto coming in with 2,200 matches. Wow, we've got a lot of matches on
Some
all these players
gamers.
today. But this is a very high win rate, 70%. I think the highest we've seen otherwise was 68%.
Someone at
So,
75, I believe, which
oh,
was
really?
ridiculous. Yeah,
Okay,
I
yeah, 70% is quite high. Um, but yeah, let's take a look what they got. All right, we have a Juffle list. Again, playing that Plan D, really cool. Haven't seen it used in the attack mode yet today. We've seen it used as a defense buff early on today. Then we have the Soviet Italy control list, relying heavily on the planes. Then we have a US Soviet like a Brewster deck, a Brewstery deck with the draw engine where like stuff that you draw does random cool things. It's a lot of fun. It's very gambly, very casino-y. I wouldn't necessarily take it to a tournament myself just because I don't love that RNG, but it is strong. Don't get me wrong, it's a strong deck, and it has the ability to do some absolutely disgusting things. And then lastly, we have, of course, the Germany US deck that I think pretty much everybody is playing some version of this. It's probably the one deck that's really locked in for this tournament. Like you're definitely playing this one. So let's take a look at their opponents.
All right, so here we have Grand Union with a slim at this point, 825 matches played, but a very nice 67% win rate. Another 4-1 Swiss player. Uh, Yank, a very interesting choice for their favorite card. I'm sure that they enjoyed that 2 months of Retribution being everywhere and annoying, but has kind of since ceased to be so relevant. Let's see what they're playing with today. All right, so the first deck again is going to be another one of these Japan France lists. You can see that he has possibly worked out with some of the other Chinese players to kind of get a really synthesized list here that includes that Plan D and that single copy of Block MB. Then we move over to a Soviet Italy that we've seen quite a bit of, just very strong Soviet control with very strong Italian side nation, bringing in those Machis, spring offensive for the draw, plenty of health through attacking the colonies and the fiats, and then, of course, dagger strikes being some of the most economical removal that you can get. Then we have a something that I imagine is definitely going to see play in this set, something we're kind of excited to see. This is our only Brit list in the tournament. This is a buffs list. I have not gotten a lot of experience playing against this, playing this, seeing this, but it is here for us to all see together. There are definitely some really interesting cards like buffs and kangaroo transport, as well as Bocage Warfare that can really do some interesting things. Just getting stuff to the front line, getting it buff, getting it big. And then lastly, of course, our German US mainstay, the most popular deck of the day. We are ramping into very big things. And this one, of course, a little more conventional. We've got Bismarck, we've got Leopold, we've got Capitulation, we've got our Alpenfestung, we've got only one copy of the 108 Panzergrenz, but two copies of the 20 Panzergrenz, so that's super interesting. Going more for the generating big tanks than for the um, removal and route that comes with that 108 Panzergren, both very strong cards in these German decks. So super interesting. I think bans are going to play a big role here. And it's Japan. So both players very astutely recognizing how strong Juffle is, how strong Japan France is, and the fact that certain sequences against that deck just lose no matter what you're playing. Neither of them want to see that happen to them, so we're just gonna get rid of it entirely.
Yeah, I was talking with J King a couple weeks ago, and he's like, Juffle is, if you want to ladder with it, really good decision. Against some really, really top players, it can struggle just because like good players do know how to answer it. But the thing is that like a lot of times you win just from like the casino aspect of it. It definitely just has some absolutely insane high rolls. And so, yes, if you low roll and you're against somebody who is really skilled, you can have a very not good time. But generally speaking, if you don't need to worry about winning every game, then it's a really strong deck. The problem is that in an environment like this, you do need to win every game. You have to win with every single deck. And if you get like 2 or 3 low rolls with Juffle, oh great, like that's the end of your tournament run. So
Certainly can be. I do think it's
yeah.
interesting. People in the Swiss pool that did not run Juffle seem to favor a more traditional Jagro approach, which is
Mhm.
something that I have jammed on ladder to great success, and I think a lot of people have as well, of just running a straight up Japan Soviet Jagro the same way that you would have. You're taking a bunch of rushes and 4 Colms for your Soviet cards, and otherwise you're just the same Jagro that's been here since the beginning. And let me tell you, that deck is fast. It is maybe even faster than some of our more familiar Jagro variants from the past. I'm quite surprised to see basically no one bring that list or that kind of list at all today. And even we got some variants on Japan, right? We didn't all get all Juffle, but we got some more thicker lists, more control heavy Japan lists. So really big surprise for me so far from today.
Yeah. Juffle is definitely not nearly as dominant as the Germany lists. The Germany lists are, I mean, I don't know about you, but my recent ladder experience has been like absolutely insanely disproportionately Germany.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of it. I actually see a wild amount of Brewster's decks on
Yeah,
ladder.
that too. That too, yeah.
I would say that that's like my most commonly run into thing, which I also think is interesting. Because I wonder if that's truly just like it's Brewsters are very fun to play, Brewsters are easy to play.
I think it's
Uh,
a little bit
because
of both. I think fun is definitely a big aspect because it's like very casino-y and it definitely hits the dopamine in just those right spots.
yeah, and I think
But
it's funny too. That makes like the least amount of sense to the comp mind. The comp mind is just like that. That's the furthest thing from what I want. So,
yeah.
like, I don't play for fun. The only thing that is fun is winning. So,
Yeah, it's a very casual deck and it's a strong casual deck with good high roll potential, and for that reason I think it's very popular. it appeals to the casual mindset for sure.
Interesting here as well that we're starting off with the Soviet mirror, the Soviet Italy mirror, right? These
Oh, that's
decks,
a pretty good confusion.
these
Although
decks
you have
probably
to
extremely close. Yep, you gotta no free
take
health
the
for you. Yeah, you'd like to turn 5, you'd get the free health instead, but I don't think you can't wait. You got to do it.
Yeah, because you don't have none of your units have blitz, and you don't have removal.
Yeah, and also you're denying a draw as well. So please,
That's
please,
true.
Grand Union, do not do not greed just to try to do it the opposite way for 2 health. As nice as the 2 health may feel. And Otto just gonna bust some draw here. No free monies.
Have you noticed that there's like 3 spring offensives and then buy the swords on top of that? I feel like with how fast the game is, I'm surprised that these draw cards are like actually able to be played, but they
Yeah,
seem pretty good.
I've been big on the Italy draw package, and I do think that it is good and really changes some things up. But I have wondered about bringing 3 every single time. If you're gonna bring some by this, because there's plenty of games where I was just not able to get all of my spring offensives out. Like just a lot of games where I ended with some spring, either losing with spring offensives in hand or just not needing that much draw. Winning the game with 2 of them in hand, stuff like that. And I could see cases, especially in some of these big control heavy decks, and this is sort of shaping up into a control meta, that maybe you get rid of one of those for a powerful Italy tool. Something like a naval engagement could certainly completely flip a game, right? But you can also just lose for not having draw. So and now we see the exact play the opposite way. Otto does generate the 2 health for himself.
The good way,
However,
you might say.
yeah, Grand Union having a completely fresh fiat, so Otto does not get both units off his opponent's board.
Maybe start off with a spring offensive. See what happens. Could also play the 336 into Cobra, attack with Cobra.
Yeah, honestly, 336 into Cobra, Swing Cobra is probably my favorite move available to him. I'm not really seeing much else. I do think it's very interesting that Guards Naval has come back. I've always thought that that card is extremely powerful, being able to destroy anything, regardless of Tau. I guess not regardless of text, right? Pedal Yakov exists, but just having to injure something for that target removal with a 4/4 guard body, and then obviously the ambush to boot. When that card started to fall out of favor, I didn't exactly understand why. It still seemed so good. It's definitely coming back a lot in these Soviet Italy lists, but it is interesting that not every one. There are definitely some Soviet Italy lists that seem to not be taking it.
Yep.
As well. These 2 guys definitely, as we can see it come up both ways. Yeah, now a bit of an awkward turn here for Grand Union. He's got options, doesn't really love any of them.
That's a very interesting dagger strikes.
Yeah, that is not a dagger strikes I would make, knowing the kind of firepower that is present in these Soviet Italy decks. Of course, you can see the T-3485 in Otto's hand. That thing is a game wrecker. So I am saving my daggers for things of that nature
I
if I'm
agree.
Grand Union.
Well, at least you have some stuff to play. Is it super impactful? No, but are you pressured to do something impactful? Not really.
Yeah, also no. So, which is nice. And these are some nice ways to gain some health. Obviously, the tiny guard is nice. We'll get some maybe draw later, but any guard is also useful. So definitely some little tools, but little useful tools. Otto considering the yaks. It's also very interesting the sort of range of the Soviet decks that we have seen, right? It seems to have settled into that the Soviet Italy control is perhaps, it's certainly the most common and perhaps the best one. I've actually done very well with Soviet Air, similar to kind of what we saw Berto explode with. He only played it once and it won very quickly. I have done similar. I have done a US side nation and not Germany for things like Seahawks and for things like the for the people and just a couple of other things. But I by no means think that that's even probably the best version of Soviet Air. So it'll be interesting as well to see kind of how this shapes up going into World Championships. This meta now through this expansion. Where it really seems like there's more viable decks than ever. I feel like we used to have a lot of S tier, A tier for nations, where it was like there's two really good decks, but there's one clearly better. And now I feel like we've relaxed more into like there's multiple A tier options with no true S tier option for some of the nations. And I think
Yeah.
that's really good for the game.
And then some of the nations have zero A tier
That's
options.
yeah, which isn't great, but that won't stay. Britain never
Yeah,
stays dead.
I think the no Britain is just too good. You know, all it needs is like one tool, one or two tools. Give it like supply shortage back, and like that's it.
And we see Grand Union here going with that dagger, 2-4 attack units on the board. So he finagles his way out of one, enabling the dagger to kill the other. And as soon as that only dagger in his hand leaves his hand, he is going to see this gigantic T-3485, this never losing shock mammoth beast. It's
Yeah,
going
you
to
think that's a coincidence?
maybe be followed right maybe be followed up by a giant Corson or a giant fourth guards, just huge infantry bodies.
Yeah, auto playing really well by waiting for that. You know, it's not like he knows that Grand
Right,
Union
guards
has it,
naval is an
but
instant answer with the sickle, but
oh, well, I meant like, you know, you don't know that your opponent has the dagger strikes, but when you see it leave their hand, you're like, well,
oh yeah,
I
yeah,
can pretty safely
absolutely.
say that they don't have one.
Yeah, certainly the time for your big dog to join the fight. And here we see some of that draw clogging up Otto's hand, right? We have two fat draw options for Otto that he absolutely doesn't need. And imagine if one of those was a naval engagement
Yeah.
currently, how that might switch this entire game up. I'm not saying that, I for sure am not the deck building expert. I have always been a pilot more so than an architect, but the idea is out there. I will leave it to the youth.
Yeah.
That'll work too. Really nice
Naval
strategic focus
Engagement
there.
is one of those cards that like looks really bad on paper and then turns out to be really good, or looks really good on paper and then turns out
And
to be
turns out
really
to be,
bad.
yeah, really bad. And it's going one way or the other. There's no middle ground for sure. But yeah, that was tremendous strategic focus. Really able to wipe out a lot of ground stats off of the board for Grand Union. Armed with these two Cobras as well, but just a tiny bit awkward to play them. Has
Yeah, you don't want
some
to play him
good
right
units.
now. This is one of those situations where you like stick a threat, say, you gotta do something, and then wait for your opponents to do something and then play the Cobras. Like now.
Yeah, now is certainly the time. Seizes T-34, but certainly I think little Cobra time. Yeah. he's just sort of pensive perhaps about the whole turn, but you can put the cards down right afterwards. I don't really know why you'd want to put 234 down here. You're not really worried about more cost reduction on 4th cards. That's not your concern. So yeah.
Yep.
That is what I would place as well, and that's obviously going to suck the daggers right out of Otto. Interesting that he's going to do it. Yeah, I don't. People respond too quickly, right? Let Grand Union think that that thing has a chance to live. Let him spend 2 credits moving it into the front line for absolutely no gain because you already know you have the answer. You know, I don't know that it demands that instant response, but the card's in your hands. You don't have anywhere else to stick that money, so.
Yeah, I mean, and it's those little differences, right? They can win or lose games. Sometimes it's really important that you're credit efficient. Sometimes you really need to squeeze every drop of value out of your cards that you can. Like it all depends. It all depends.
Yeah, and the Ilyushin could also be really nice here, right? The last ground unit destroyed for Grand Union, I believe, was his 9/9 cards. So Ilyushin could resurrect quite the unit off the pile here. Really thinking this turn out. Does have a dagger to possibly take care of Korsun, but we saw he already daggered once, so that would be all of his daggers, and there are still some nasty units to come from Otto's side. I don't like this turn given kind of the semi-limited options that Grand Union had, and still holding on to the T-3485 and some draw, another Cobra. It's certainly, he's not down bad. Even better if he gets another 9/9 out of this. Otto with Big Maki. Are we going full trades here? All right, make sure you swing face before you trade Ilyushin if that's your plan. Nope, we're just going full face and guarding our own. So we've evened the health, but the board, not so much. Now, what he can do here that's interesting, Grand Union could make the trade so that he got his own 2/4. I'm sorry, make the trade so that he got his 9/9 back. Then with only one 2/4 in the front line, he could use the confusion and ram it into the 9/9 just to steal 9 health for himself. And then get rid of the 2 units in the front line. I'm not saying it's the greatest idea, but it is fun to steal 9 health.
Yeah, this is definitely quite the
Ooh,
slog. Very
drawing.
difficult
Yeah, drawing is
here.
good. He got 2 extra credits back for drawing the Maki. So he just drew 2 cards for 2 credits, which is very, very good. Yeah, this isn't a bad play either. Snipe that out with Claim the Skies. Ilyushin will die, but it'll give you guard. Or, yep, do it this way. Now Ilyushin lives to get both, and we're just gonna completely even out the board here. I like how Grand Union really navigated that, kept a lot of his big units back, and now both you know, the board is pretty even. You both have a 9/9 and both of you have over 20 health. Grand Union out of daggers though. I think Otto has 1 to draw. Yeah, and we're gonna get a completely free union Ilyushin from Otto through the guard's navel. That could be huge. Yep, Grand Union knows that he wants to trade these 9/9s out. Oh, the confusion! He can cheat
The
his own 9/9
confusion.
out.
Yeah,
Ilyushin costs
make another
3.
one.
What really, really brilliant play. You almost have to do it. Trade the 9/9s first, ensuring. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Uh,
I'm sorry, brother. That's a misplay. You got to trade the 9/9s first so that he no longer has a 9/9. Then you crash that Ilyushin into the guards. You generate another 9/9 for yourself and kill his Ilyushin. Now you have neither of his units dead. This is a good
No, it doesn't
recovery,
look
but
that bad, though.
it's a good recovery, but it is not as clean as it could have been, man. That's really nice. Buy the sword to draw 3.
Yeah, but I can tell that you got less cards in deck after that.
Yeah, now Otto gonna try to put this together. Like you said, Grand Union still really getting out of that play. I do think it could have been quite a bit cleaner, but they do still look to have an upper hand here. Unless, of course, something like this happens. We go with the other Ilyushin, remembering that Otto generated a free one, had a second one, used it immediately, comboed Claim the Skies with it to claim his 9/9. I've never seen such big boys. Both of these gentlemen might get the hallucination badge for playing 3 copies of an elite in one game. A little bit of
Yeah, is that in order
achievement
to
hunting.
get that? In order to get that, does it have to be the same elite?
Yes, the same
Yeah.
elite 3
Okay.
times.
All right. Yeah, that's a good one. There's a lot of badges that I'm like kind of sad about because I would have them if only
Yeah.
they were introduced earlier.
Yeah, there's some badges I still don't know what they do. I'm sure that the answers are out there. I'm sure people have them all now and have leaked, but there's a couple of classified ones that I don't know how to get. I don't want to look them up. I want to, I didn't know how you got hallucination until I just happened to get it, and I was like, oh, what a cool one. So, saving that
Yeah.
joy for my future self.
Something that I am kind of peeved about with the whole achievement system is that it used to say highest officer club position 7. Now it says highest officer club position like significantly less, like 400 something. And I'm
I
like,
was actually very proud of the team because when they brought the feature in,
retroactively applied, yeah.
yeah, it rolled back to my best retroactive every month, and I was like, hell yeah. And then like the next time I looked at it, it refreshed and it was just like mine from like recent, and it was in the thousands, and I was like, oh
Yeah, and I'm like, what the heck?
come back.
Come
But
back.
back to this
Please.
game. The 9/9 in the front line, a very big deal. So again, I hate to harp on Grand Union, but I do feel that if he would have executed that confusion play a little better and generated another 9/9 for himself, that this would look quite a bit better. Now it looks like a really tough unit to saw through. And what's also extremely interesting, right, is the way that Otto's hand is here. He's got 3 planes and then this huge 9/9 infantry. So strategic focus has to really be a choice one way or the other.
Yeah. I mean,
But
you
this
do
is
get 6 of the 9 damage here with a
right.
little mobile
Exactly
deployment.
the line that I would have taken. And like you said, a really nice I'm losing the name of every oh, that barrage. That barrage is huge. Well, let's think about this. Because that barrage in only one of those tanks clears out your 9/9 problem here.
Wow, both players at 40 HQ defense.
And only 2 cards. Cobra is nice. Oh, and again, a really nice split for Otto here. Infantry to
Wow,
air.
what I mean, mirror in every sense of the word.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spider-Man meme.
Maki bigger, though. Maki bigger.
The Spider-Man pointing meme. Yeah, Maki takes out the 4/5.
And we'll see what Grand
Oh,
Union can kind of draw here. Oh, another little
that's
Cobra.
awkward.
Yeah,
That's
you could
really
consider
awkward.
doing it for your own draw, but this definitely works better. You really want this trade. You don't want his 5/5 in your face. And this is really starting to look good for Grand Union again. I really thought that the way that the second Oyushin for Otto turned, that the confusion play would really kind of come back to be a major point, major inflection point for Grand Union, but it is starting to look like it might not matter at all. Mobile defense, actually kind of a nice get for Otto. Now is that it's both players out of cards now? Officially
Both
fully
players out of cards. So let's
fully
dissect.
into fatigue.
It certainly has to be Grand Union's game here.
Yeah,
No
it's
way
just
to get rid of the Corson.
got more guys.
He's got the dudes.
And that 7 damage looming large as well. He can kill all these ground units. Take out all 3 ground units and just push up everything. Yep, this will be Grand Union's game. This is unfortunately solved and not for Otto. He's going to be able to put down 4/14ths and guards the rest of the way. But yep, Otto saving us all that bit of time. I appreciate that, Otto.
Yeah, that was like a almost 30-minute game. That was very, very difficult.
Yeah, for both players, taxing mentally. And the mirror angle too, right? Like a 30-minute control matchup, 40-minute control matchup is one thing, and like the way that you might feel taxed after that is one thing, but the mirror I think is even more taxing. Just something about the way that you are playing the same thing and you know it's the same. It goes a lot of directions, a lot weighing on the mind.
All right, and here we go with the silly
It's
Brewster's
Brewster
deck.
time, baby.
It's Brewster in time, baby. Let's go.
I'm here for Brewsters and buffs. I woke up this morning for Brewsters and buffs.
Heck yeah.
All right, let's see what we got here. Grand Union with a nice early hand. He has got a route for when something gets moved up. He has got the early doctrine. Interesting that he did not take his turn 1 route so that he could doctrine turn 2.
So
All right, so we're setting up Bergman. I like this as well. We're setting up our Bergman routes for our draws.
on one hand, like the 164th is a really necessary early unit in this deck. On the other hand, it feels so bad because every time you play it with Brewsters, you guaranteed get completely wiped with Crossfire. There is no way to avoid it. So, like, yes, would I suggest taking it out? Probably not. I mean, it might be worth trying, but it sucks so bad to like have your whole board wiped because you're like playing good cards.
Yeah, and Alabama can change the math up too, right? If you Alabama beforehand, you have a chance of the proc hitting Alabama, and then Alabama goes to 4, and then you have 1, or you have 1, 2, 4, so the Alabama lives, but obviously that still sucks for you. If it
Yeah.
goes to another Brewster, then it goes to 1, 2, 3, so obviously it still just works out for the Crossfire.
Yeah, and it looks like Otto's kind of playing around that Crossfire there.
Yep. 2, 2, 3, pretty good here. Of course, the route is going to set it up really nice, but the thing is, Grand Union don't have it, so. And I don't know that he would want to use it on he probably has to because he's already at 15 health and he's really losing the tempo play, so he would probably make the play if he had it, but it wouldn't feel great.
Bergman route attack seems like really solid.
Yeah, I would do that, especially for the draw. I would value that more than getting this Rangers down with a nice double
Yeah, I
trade.
agree.
But I don't know that this is a wrong line by Grand Union by any means.
It
Oof, that
depends.
strap
Yeah.
bomb.
Strap bomb, very
It's
threatening.
it's not going to come up right away, but the way that Otto's deck is designed and the way that these boosters are going to come in and spawn in the front line when available, it is going to keep Grand Union pushed back into his own support line the whole time, and therefore that strap bomb is going to hit everything he's got when it does come out.
Yeah, the question is, can Otto be sure that Grand Union doesn't have Crossfire? Like, did Grand Union ever get a good enough opportunity to do Crossfire that you can say for certain that they don't have it?
Yeah, big mental game. That's a great point. That 5 cost play that we just went over. Because you got to figure they probably have the route too. It's not hard to draw a route. They always have a route. Coronado. Get just a little bit of buff here. Suppression is nice while the errata is out. That's going to be a free draw.
Yeah, nothing you really need to suppress Coronado buffing
Yeah,
only
I think
one
you.
guy.
Yeah, you probably just suppress Coronado just to get the draw and for it to be a little useful.
You could. You're also able to maybe War Machine Bergman route the 1/3, kill it with the Bergman, push a 4/1 into the front line, but then it dies the Coronado. You could even push the Bergman into the front line and trade the Rangers with the 1/3, the Alabama. There's lots of options here.
Yeah, I would even consider the suppression routing the Brewster and then just making my
Yeah,
trade as
that's
well.
also possible.
'Cause then Brewsters will get annoying. The Brewster Flood also has a completely second Rangers to contend with. This is interesting, going Panzer 3 and going for a targeted draw rather than a Bergman just top deck. But still using the route.
Yeah,
And you know, you might as
and
well slap the Coronado once just to
yeah,
keep it in check.
it also makes it look like you might have a crossfire because, like, it's threatening to attack the Coronado again, get a good crossfire going.
And honestly, after I made a big deal about it, that strap bomb really wasn't as damaging as it could have been, except for that credit loss. Otto kind of
Yeah.
just doing it as soon as he can, because as soon as you put that bit of credit separation in between you, that magnifies every turn.
Yeah, what Otto really needs here is like a strike group, maybe. Um, it would make playing the 6/6 much easier.
Yeah, it certainly would. And then it could also kind of follow that up with like some frontline Brewster action or something like that. Really awkward. Going to be an awkward turn for Otto. But
Strike
Grand
group into
Union,
Coronado.
yeah. Grand Union, you know, not a ton of health, so needs to figure some stuff out. A nice 4/4 roadblock will prevent it being so easy to get those Brewsters in the front line, which means that you are preventing those Brewsters from being buffed. Got to make a quick turn here under the rope. Nothing wrong with the T-34. Or wait, 35T. I know what I'm doing. Yep, we'll free that front line up for that exact reason. We'll get the Brewsters. They're getting double buffed, once from the front line, once from the Coronado. Salamander, actually a good play here as well. Well, not here, but a good card to maybe draw. You could maybe Salamander and then you could Salamander, you could throw down a suppress, draw, still trade out a Brewster.
You could
And
Salamander suppress, trade both Brewsters. You could
yeah,
also like
suppress a Brewster and then
Bergman.
go into it. Yeah, he sees it. So obviously the Coronado seems like maybe the better one, but that frees up a really nice trade with your Salamander, gets it off the screen. Oh, Alpenfesting, I didn't even notice. Huge draw.
Very, very big.
Yeah, that's a really nice Sherman. Both players kind of getting what they need. Both players probably starting
I
to
would
feel a little better
say
than they did last turn, which is always an interesting swing point.
I would say this is looking like Otto's game here, because like yeah, Grand Union has the Alpenfestung, and then what, right? Like What happens after that? You're gonna burn him with Bismarck? Ooh,
I was gonna
scary.
say, yeah,
Like,
Bismarck. Much rather have Leo right now.
yeah,
Out,
Leo.
out of
Leo
your
would
out
make
of
a
your 10
huge,
cost
huge
cards,
difference.
yeah. Oh, big crossfire. 1, 2, 3, 4. But now, like we said before, it's gonna matter where that 1-1 goes, because if it goes to the 1-1 Brewster, then you're back to 1, 2, 3, 4. If it goes to the Coronado, then you're at 1, 2, 4, 4, and that sucks. If it goes to the non-damaged Brewster, then you are at 1, 3, 4, which equally sucks. You of course can set this up a little bit with your um, Salamander as well.
Yeah.
But this is a RNG heavy. Okay, did he just completely take his turn 8? He didn't even do Salamander. He's just surrendering. All right. I mean, you could have just also clicked surrender, or you could have played Alpenfesting. Very strange.
That
Not
looks
really
like a
sure.
disconnect to me. Um,
Yeah,
that
maybe.
really looked like a disconnect to me. But yeah, it's possible that it wasn't. It's possible that it's just like, well, this is. But that's the thing, is like it wasn't even really hopeless if you have the crossfire. Like, if you get
Yeah,
some half decent
certainly.
RNG, like you're
I was gonna
chilling.
say, yeah, certainly rip the crossfire and see what your result is, and then if you don't, maybe the buff goes somewhere real bad, and then then you scoop and leave. So we'll give a second just to figure out what's going on. Make sure that we reach out to Grand Union, make sure his connection's all good. We'll just a minute, see what's going on here. So what are we left with? Grand Union left with his buffs deck, and of course the big German Italy, and Otto with his German Italy, and then his Soviet Italy. Really interesting to get that first win on the US deck. All right, just a moment as we are still reaching out, making sure that everything is okay with our players. We'll give you an update as soon as we have one. We are going to go ahead and kick it to a quick break while we sort this out, and we will be right back with you with our last game of the day.
right, we are back, and I am not Starry. So Starry has had to step out, so I have returned, and I am joining Thanatron for this match. So we have Otto and Grand Union back after some disconnection problems. How's it going, Than? Haven't spoken to you for a bit.
Yeah, we sent Starry to fix it. We gave her a wrench. We pointed her in the direction of the connection problems.
She's gonna get it. Flat truth.
She's gonna get it taken care of.
Yeah, Starry way better with a wrench than either of us. 100% not my place.
We've got Otto and Grand Union with Otto up 1-0 in the set. So it looks like Grand Union here considering his mulligan for his German deck and Soviet Italy for Otto. So we are going to see the two different shells that are both using this Italy minor nation package to such a successful degree here so far.
I mean, it is. I was talking about this earlier on today. It is legitimately a really good package if you use it well at the minute. And I think it's going to be this is going to be close. I think Soviet feels like a more natural fit, but Germany has such good late game value at the moment, especially with Blitz Doctrine and the available ramp. That they kind of pinging around with things like oh dear, synthetic oil if you can pull it off. But the rest of the time, you're just looking for that strong late game and a couple of those big bodies that are hard to answer. Plus, of course, there is that double damage to ground units Henschel that we can't forget about. So this is definitely a heavy hitters match. I wouldn't necessarily say I'd favour either deck. We're just going to see how well the players do it. Grand Union thinking very carefully over his selection of early Blitz Doctrine, which so he's taking the L.
Really interesting the way that the two decks are a little bit different as well that I like is that the Soviet deck, of course, leans more on those elites, Soviet having these plethora of big chunky elites. Certainly the little Cobras are some really nice specials that kind of change that math, but Soviet control has always leaned really heavily on being this very expensive deck full of elites, whereas the German counterpart leans much more into the specials, things like Henschel, things like either Panzergren, super powerful deployment effects that you can take two of in these decks. Obviously, the German deck is going to top out at the very top with some elites like your Leopold, like your even Capitulation as an order, some really expensive stuff as well. But it's really the specials that make this deck move.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the one thing I will say, though, is Capitulation is a big call-out because you can get some painful boards to lose to Capitulation when you're playing this Soviet-Italy control list. So you've got to be a little bit careful about it. You just don't want to overcommit, but both of these players know the deck well enough that I don't think we're going to see too much of that. Right now, it's pretty even openings. Otto's gonna be happy to see the 2/4 heal kind of sitting there, but that Henschel is gonna be well timed, and I am like the fact that there are two contest doctrines in Grand Union's hands already. Definitely not small. They are amazing for fishing for complicated answers. There are some incredibly strong pulls off contest doctrine at the moment.
He might even burn one now, especially sitting on two, and he doesn't really have a clean turn. Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
Moving one here.
Now the thing is, this is one of the few times at the moment where Mouse may not be an auto pick. Mouse can be incredible at the minute, especially against things like Brewsters and Japan Shuffle. But no, he goes for the E because into this big, if you're wondering, by the way, having lost to Mouse a lot on ladder, which you probably have, it's not so good here. It doesn't have great target boards because no one's putting down those cheap units for it to explode. I think that was a pretty smart take. Firebomb's a good top deck.
And we'll just check that 2 damage in. There's no sense in wasting it. Otto now sort of contemplating his responses, and he's just going to guard and move up.
Pushes up the Corson with the blitz.
Yeah, the blitz from Zhukov coming big there. Very nice. Gonna kind of force the Henschel play out.
Yeah, thing is, though, the Henschel is just gonna... Here we go. Yep, he is indeed. The Henschel is just gonna say, nah, I don't even want to deal with that.
But
and as you say...
You got to force
It's
the
a
henchel
henchel.
play out, so
Yeah.
it's not bad. You're
No,
not
no, you
mad
want
at
to see
probably
it gone.
trading your core son and at least making sure that it's not a double trade or anything like that. Not having to worry about the henchel's double damage or having to worry about suppressing it while it's half
Oh,
dead.
there you go. Yeah, Grand Union just taking a moment to think: is there a better way that I can do this? No, he's going with it. I'm not sure he had a more. Well, he certainly doesn't have a guaranteed better way out, but he was thinking about looking for that better way out. Because as Stanatron points out, this is not the way you want to lose one of your henchels. But he does have Salamander in hand.
Very early on his guards, if he can generate some early draw off that. Also, just that very cheap 5/5 body, finding it
Yeah.
in the mid game, kind of almost close to the end of the early game. Nice cheap body, nice draw. And man, Grand Union also sitting on a menagerie of solutions here.
Yeah, the thing here is that this is now Grand Union in particular is looking at a hand that he's gonna have to play very carefully because there's a huge amount of just options, but it's how you want to do it. I don't know that I would do this. I kind of would have wanted to keep that contest doctrine to go fishing for specific solutions later, but
Yeah, there's also
uh,
there's that end of it, and also that he almost feels like he is maybe a little bit too behind in board presence to sack half his turn, just sort of
turn,
preparing.
yeah.
But
I mean, yeah, he does. He's come out
it's,
with it with a 0 op cost 4/3, but
infantry is
I
slow,
feel
you
like,
know.
yeah, I feel like there has to be a better play there, especially at the moment because he's kind of going to get forced into wasting that firebomb if he's not careful. Yeah, naval just pops. Okay, Panzer Grenadier is a good lift though. That's good to see because it can generate you some value here. But Panzer Gren is one of those where you're always checking your hand size because there's nothing that feels worse than playing Panzer Grenadier and then discarding one of the cards you generate.
And the
Um,
E also bodes well, right? Because the E is a +2 attack to any blitz tank. So
let's
the
see. Yeah,
T35 mixed with that from the Panzergren can
yeah,
also stretch your damage
yeah,
out a lot quicker
yeah.
than expected. Nice hipper here too.
Yeah, Hipper's solid, and yeah, E into 35T with Panzergren and the buff can create a 0 op cost tank with stats that you really don't want to deal with. But you've got to be careful about when you play it. You know your opponent's got things like dagger strikes. But right now, the board is awkward to deal with if you're Grand Union right now.
This
You
is a
need to
really
find a way
nice
to.
gamut that Otto has sort of presented because obviously there's a nice trade there on the guard's naval, but you are then loading that Ilyushin to have that guard's naval, which isn't too bad
Yeah,
because the guard's naval is of course so dependent on the deployment effect. So adding it from an
yeah.
Ilyushin really doesn't hurt that much. There's certainly better
Yeah,
things you could
I'm
get.
not. What was the last ground
I
unit
was gonna say I'm not
destroyed?
sure. Okay,
Oh, no,
perfect.
it was
The
routed
fi
troops. Okay,
the
there we go.
firebomb makes perfect sense there. I was gonna say I would
Yeah,
also get it off of the board before the
board.
unit that gets
Yeah,
loaded in there is something to worry about.
yeah,
And certainly the best case scenario for that would be routed troops.
yeah. I just could not remember because I'm still recovering my concentration from life. If anyone is finding me a little bit slow, I disappeared off to deal with my normal medical issues and then came back. But yeah, I think that was a very clean turn from Grand Union. And now we are looking at. So the 845th here is a very, very frustrating card if you're Grand Union, because you sort of want to find something. Like, at the minute, I'd almost be tempted to just pop it. Yeah, just pop it with the Panzergren so that it gets the absolute minimum of heal before I start
Yeah.
dropping anything with big attack on the board, because the worst feel here is you end up with that massive 8/8 op cost tank and they end up healing a turn of damage off it. So, but yeah, it should be quite
Definitely
interesting.
really, really interesting. Also, at some point, Otto's going to draw into these confusions. And as
Yep.
Grand Union sort of creates a board full of these lower cost tanks, including the T-35s from these Panzergrens, or these lower cost tanks that he just happened to get from the doctrines themselves, a single confusion can really change the math there as well. Makes a 6-4-35T for a nice easy trade.
I
Oh, and a big
love this
Tirpitz.
Tirpitz.
This Tirpitz is disgusting.
This Tirpitz is timed so well. If you're wanting to see where Tirpitz is powerful, look at how overfilled your opponent's hand was and how awkward this makes it. This is alright, that is a 6-6, but I guarantee you these are not the things that he wanted to be using his cards on.
Yeah.
He's having to absolutely burn through his deck to try and clear down, and Alpenfechten could be very bad for Otto here.
As bad as that was for Otto, Otto's probably still even thanking his lucky stars that he was able to curve out on a turn where he couldn't play a single unit. Because even that in of itself, it's usually just such a huge money waste forced onto you by your opponent.
I mean, it's like a massive Houdini play a lot of the time to try and play your way out of it. I've been in that position multiple times, and it is very awkward. Now, what's interesting to me, and I don't know whether you're thinking the same, is I'm kind of wanting to keep my Alpenfechten as long as I possibly can, just in case we start drifting anywhere near fatigue again.
Oh yeah, it's very, very nice for him to sit on it, right? He's at 18 health. He kind of has, you know, hand control, bit of board control. He's certainly not worried about that.
I like
a nice
the
security blanket
here, yeah. This has the potential to open up. I like the Panzergren. I think War Machine's the right play because it has the potential to open into a super, super strong deployment a turn or two from now. What you have to be conscious of is how much damage from hand one tank with both of those buffs and anything else that you can find, plus of course the contest doctrine buffs, like that Panzer 35T is gonna come down huge when it comes down.
Next turn he can 35T. He can put a buff on the 35T. He can actually put a buff on the draw tank as well to spread those out to both tanks. Both of them running huge. Would still have enough money to get a Salamander turn in there as well.
Yep.
So we're talking about massive damage. The confusion right now doesn't do really a lick of good. Yeah, we're gonna have to do big shot tank stuff.
Otto is doing the best he can, but it's not going to be a feels good moment. I would almost be tempted to play the Panzer 35T buff up and just live without the operation cost reduction, given how big it's going to be.
That's true, but you have a Bergman, so it's 2 cost either way, right? You're either going to spend 2 on op or 2 on the Bergman, so you might as well play your Bergman and net the free unit, I would say.
It's true.
And that seems to be what he is thinking out right now as he...
I think, the big question is, can you afford to blitz the Bergman, operate the... Because you'd like to blitz the Bergman, and you'd like to split your buffs. My only concern here is how much are you going to end up with eggs in one basket. Let's see where we go. I think, he's considering not committing too hard. Yeah, because that trades out the big tank nicely.
Which is a smart play, right? He has to worry about things like strategic focus, 5 damage to all the ground units, wiping out his whole board.
This is one of the most
interesting now that he didn't hold that back.
0 4-4.
Really opened himself up to strategic focus here.
Yeah, kind of, a little bit, despite the fact that we're talking about the brilliance of not doing so. Now, confusion here does help a bit, because obviously he can clear it down, and he's gonna pop the Cobra.
Yeah, his own little Cobra on guards. Oh yeah, on 336, and he's starting to roll.
Yeah, but this is why hanging on to that Alpenfechten is so huge.
Yeah, and before
Alpenfechten, a card that was largely universally derided, particularly by myself and a few other people, actually, when it first came out, suddenly so pivotal in the meta right now.
Yeah, very, very
Now,
interesting
this
card. I remember when it came out, and J King kind of being one of the only people to be like, the cards that it discards do not matter. Like, do not fall for it. The cards that it discards do not matter. It either is like it either saves you into a way that you can win the game from a loss, or it isn't played. And like the
yeah, I mean,
scenario where you play it and lose to fatigue is happening 1 out of 20 games. Don't even consider it.
it's yeah. The one thing that he and I's review of the card completely agreed on is getting people to not hang their hats too much on discard mattering, because sometimes it's a card you'd never have seen anyway. This is going to be a really interesting trade. I think it's the smart trade, because that Cobra is a problem. Spring Offensive.
Oh,
Oh,
$2 from the Maki. That is going to be very
yeah.
helpful.
Yeah, that's not gonna hurt. That makes for a very interesting turn.
Yeah, we
Sickle
can even
makes
go.
sense. Get the draw.
Yeah, and we're gonna go a little Cobra instead of Maki, because then claim the skies 5 damage,
yeah.
and we get the attack. Now you're only looking at 8 health with a Maki in hand.
Yeah.
And it's starting to look bad. I think this has to be the festing turn. You might even
Yeah,
have to sack your salamander too. I mean, you have
Yeah, I
enough
think
at 13 for Henschel, Alpenfesting, and salamander, and that
which I think
might
is
be the move.
he's going to go fishing to see if he can do better, but I'm really not sure that was a smart fish, because without rereading the deck list, I don't know that there's a better play in there.
Surely the festing has to come now. Even if he does make the salamander trade, I can't imagine he's going to be comfortable sitting on 8. I mean, it is Soviet.
No, he has to trade. Also,
Unless he could Henschel, but that seems awful.
Oh, he's going for the crossfire.
Oh,
okay.
Nice, very nice,
That's,
very nice.
That's nice. I did not see that. That crossfire and
props to Grand Union for that one.
Yeah. So okay, so now the Festung becomes basically mandatory.
Yeah, I would assume. And he probably.
So what we crossfire, war bonds. We've lost a Bergman.
Oh, the capitulation's a big one. Seahawks, no big deal.
Doesn't matter.
Another route.
Rado's no big deal.
Oh,
Leopold's
there it
huge.
is. I thought we were gonna say it was only capitulation and nothing more of matter was lost.
He has brought his opponent down to 8, which puts it comfortably in Henschel range. So you need to play this very carefully.
The Leopold as well for that, or I'm sorry, Bismarck. I mean, for that 8 out of 10 damage, but that huge. You get 2, but it doesn't matter because
no, we're done. It's game.
Salamander. Yep.
Sally and Bismarck, a combination I would imagine if you've been on ladder for any length of time recently, you are very familiar with. Salamander Bismarck, 10 points, and we wrap away. Close, but in the end, Alpenfestung played at just the right time was the difference. And just like Thanatron was saying, all of those cards, none of them mattered because it kept you alive long enough to win the game.
Otto did a great job of playing around Bismarck in a world where Salamander was not also a thing. He knew that, he was at 8, went up to 10, but of course, 1 extra credit to run the Salamander, and we're right back at 10 instead of 8.
Thing about Salamander at the minute is it's added such an extra secret sauce to burn decks. Any deck that uses any amount of burn loves Salamander just for its sheer pace.
Yeah, and I'm a mid-range deck that has a plane that can constantly value trade with its 3 health and just come back on the board.
This is fortuitous. This is the deck that I kind of was hoping I was going to get to commentate on because it's going to be hilarious one way or the other. So if you've not played against this deck, where have you been in cards? It's all over the place. I don't know whether I'd call it good, but when it works, it is basically unstoppable, and when it doesn't, it's over quickly. So this whole thing revolves around getting the buffs infantry down, getting Kangaroo Transport and a ton of buffs on it, and then just ripping your opponent down in a single turn. So what you'll see is that Grand Union is going to try and stall out hard to get the big OTK. That duress is almost certainly going to get slapped straight down. But we shall see. I will also say this is a very smart time to play buffs when you are 2-1 up, and it could be the tilting thing that just wins you the set.
Yeah, and I agree with waiting on the duress, right? We're not about to make any attacks this turn, so duressing the Seahawk, the time frame just doesn't necessarily need to make any sense. So I agree with just sort of pinning it, and that pin is largely for draw, right? That was the 2-cost pin and draw, so really just trying to get our money's worth. Oh, that'll, yep, well, so much for that idea.
I was going to say, you will quite regularly watch this deck pin its own units for draw. It really just wants to draw into the combo. But this deck does not run an immense number of good answers to that Henschel. It's got guards. But
stiff upper lip will be nice here. Enable some very cheap draw via our guard.
He's got the thinning, which is definitely something that made the return of Choco Boys definitely put buffs into a different stratosphere. Because being able to thin 4 cards out of your deck so efficiently when you're looking for combo pieces is huge. Tactical withdrawal, by the way, another huge part of this combo. If the combo pops off, it will be blink and you'll miss it, because it'll be buff, 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 hit, hit, tactical withdrawal, hit, hit, all for nothing. But he's got to survive long enough. He's starting to have the tools in hand, though.
Yeah, Kangaroo Transport in hand.
There. He's got Land of the Free. He's got Retreat, and he's got... So what did he be looking at? 1 for the buffs, 1 for the Land of the Free. So it's 2, 3... It's just finding enough buff to make this big enough. Oh, he's gonna go, and he's gonna go early because he's gonna rely on Bocage Warfare. Now, Bocage Warfare is about to do something very, very silly. Because he's going to pop Tactical Withdrawal, which triggers Bocage Warfare again, before anyone wonders how on earth that happened. Because it went back and re-entered the front line. Just rip. If Buffs finds what it's looking for, you are just cooked.
Yeah, maximum tilt probably achieved as well. Pushing Otto to the absolute brink of losing in this set. That, yeah, just gross. Found all the pieces he needed. Again, basically looking like a combo deck. So basically the second OTK that we have seen today, and completely different from the first OTK that we saw today.
Sublime to the ridiculous, we've gone from a full-blown control fatigue win to one of the fastest OTKs that you're ever likely to see, and one of the most ridiculous, if I'm completely honest. There is something truly tilting about that buffs loss, no matter where you are or when you're playing. It's just painful.
Yeah, even on the receiving end, even on the receiving end, like knowing how that deck works, you know that you basically needed to roll like a 4 or better on a D10, and you rolled a 3. You know what I mean? Like you knew that.
That's it.
The odds were in your favor, but as soon as they're not in your favor, it's just instant loss, and that's exactly what we saw. Yeah. So, looks like players taking just a second to maybe gather themselves. Like we said, Otto certainly deserves a minute to collect his thoughts after being in a game and then just suddenly not being in a game anymore on like turn 6. Pretty disgusting thing to see. So just a couple of moments here for our players.
Oh, I'm trying to remember where we were score-wise. Did that take...
That should be...
That's it, isn't it? Yeah, because that was the third win.
Oh, is that why we're... Okay, maybe we're doing really bad at
reasonably certain that that's it. We are wrapped. I was wondering. I was basing myself on the pro. because Dan's been doing this a lot longer than me. But it's all right, folks. We are wrapped. That's it. That was because he was 2-1 up, and then he got the buffs high roll for the win. Even more tilting if you are Otto is
yeah, that's awful.
That's a hard way to go out, but also kind of a spectacular way to end the last game of the craziness.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really ridiculous way for that to end. 2 OTKs. I'm definitely super excited to see what we have tomorrow. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket, at what we have left.
Yep. So Radish obviously went through 3-2 in that massive match against Berto. So we've had, I mean, with the exception of this, we've seen our definitely values worth in matches today, folks. Hachiman going through over Sys in what we believe was a practice partners match, which must have been an interesting experience. Then obviously Henry with some issues. We managed, everything resolved, all chill, but there were some pauses in there to deal with some player bits in the background. But Henry taking a breath, composing himself through some stuff that just had to be dealt with, and that's just tournament life. Goes through over Love's In. And of course, we just watched Grand Union get that spectacular 3-1 over Otto with that buffs win. So that means that tomorrow we will be seeing Radish, Hachiman, or Hashiman, I should say. I am so sorry. My pronunciation is better than that when I'm awake. And Henry versus Grand Union in the semi-finals, and then, of course, the bronze and finals matches. It's going to be a big day with the players that we've got, and I think we've definitely, as I say, gotten our money's worth out of the event today. I, for one, have just... This has been, for my first tournament casting, not short of good stuff to cast on. Yeah, I definitely feel like I landed like into the real deal.
Yeah, there was no shortage of interest or intrigue today in the matches for sure, which really bodes well for tomorrow, really builds up tomorrow into a big day. And this being the last tournament before Worlds, also sort of our, this is kind of the intro assignment into what the Worlds meta is probably going to look like as well. So really, really neat look into that. And with that, we will hope that you will join us tomorrow to see exactly that as we pare this down from 8 to 4. We have 4 left, and we will see who the Air Supremacy Expansion Tournament champion is tomorrow morning. We'll see you then. Morning for me.
Yeah, morning for you. It's still morning for me too. Morning from some other people too. Before we wrap out, as ever, I will always say thank you to the production team, thank you to the other casters, thank you to everyone who's involved in this. A personal thing, because it doesn't get called out often enough when it happens, a huge thank you to all of the teams and people involved for being accessible in a world that isn't always to those of us living with disabilities. You guys may not have seen it, but these guys seamlessly dealt with me dealing with a paralysis episode and brought me back in, and that is huge too. I am deeply looking forward tomorrow. We will see all of you all tomorrow, bright and early from my side, and I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of their evening.
See you tomorrow.